Hello everyone, welcome to Tarun Tech Trainings. On this channel, you will find high quality trainings and valuable content on data analysis, data engineering, and other data technologies. If you are new to the channel, please consider subscribe and click on the bell icon so you will never miss our latest videos and updates. Let me take a pinch of time to introduce about myself. I am Tarun Challa. I am a Microsoft certified data analyst, data engineer, and SQL AI developer. I have extensive experience working in data industry and have successfully trained hundreds of students through online platforms. Whether you are a student or working professional, to switch your career into data platforms or data domains, or someone who want to build strong foundation in data analysis or data engineering, this channel is for you. If you are interested in online trainings on data analysis or data engineering, feel free to reach out to me on WhatsApp for the number provided. My goal is to help you to build the skill that is required to start and advance your careers in data domain. Now, without any further delay, let's get started into the session. Hello guys, welcome to the session on Python. In this session, we are going to learn about foundations of Python. After that, when it comes to this complete course on Python, we are going to learn about basics of Python, variables, indexes, and slicing in Python along with operators. After that, data structures in Python. After that, control flow, which can make decisions and execute different types of logics. After that, functions. After that, we are going to learn about object oriented programming. And at last, we are going to learn about error handling in Python. These are the modules that I'm going to cover as a part of this course. First, let us start about foundations of Python. In this module, we are going to learn about what is Python, what is the history of Python, which IDE are we going to use to run the Python code, and why we are learning Python. And we are going to execute the first program in the IDE. Along with that, we are going to learn about multiple types of comments that we can use in that specified IDE while writing Python code. First, let me take you through what is programming language. Similarly, like how a language is important to communicate with any other person. If one person want to communicate with another person, there must be a medium called language to exchange their conversation. Similarly, if we want to speak with the system or computer to perform some task, we need a language. That particular language or medium is called as programming language. We have some of the popular programming languages like C, Java, Python, R, C++, C Sharp, JavaScript. We have a number of languages. Among them, we are going to learn about Python. First, let me take you through history of Python. Python is created by Guido van Rossum in the year 1991, and this particular language is very easy to learn when compared to other programming languages. The syntax of Python will be similar to English. It is comfortable to read, and it will have only fewer lines of code when compared to other language. When it comes to C or any other language, we need to write many more lines of code even to execute small program. But in Python, we can directly write in fewer number of lines, and it is cross-platform compatible or supportable. Like we can use Python in Windows, Mac, Linux, or multiple other operating systems, and it is directly an interpreted language which can execute on the go. Like remaining languages, if you write the code and it need to be converted into mission understandable format, and then they will execute the code. But when it comes to Python, it is an interpreted language which can directly execute once we write the code. And let us try to understand what is Python. As we know that Python is a programming language. And what is this programming language? Programming language is nothing but a set of instructions which are used to communicate with the system, and these instructions will be understandable by computer. Similarly, how we have language to communicate with each other, this language is nothing but of a set of sentences. We will form a proper sentence to communicate with other person. Similarly, in the same way, if there is a set of instructions that need to be passed to a computer or system, it is called as a programming language. This programming language will be built on syntax. This syntax is nothing but a set of rules to write that particular program or code. Program cannot be written in a random way. We need to arrange it in a proper format, which is nothing but of syntax. And when it comes to this Python will be vastly used in the roles of data analysis, data engineering, data science, machine learning, web developer, and Python developer as well. We will have n number of opportunities in the market if we learn Python. Okay, we understood what is Python, who introduced it in which year, and what is a programming language. Now we are ready to learn Python, but where to write this particular code? We need to have a IDE to write any program or code and execute it. IDE means integrated development environment. We have n number of IDEs available like Visual Studio Code, PyCharm, Jupyter, Google Colab, Spider, and any other editors where we can write and run the code. But here we are using Google Colab, which is nothing but of Jupyter notebook in online, where we can write the code and execute it without any installation or something. Directly we can open it in the browser. We can sign in by using our mail ID and we can write the code, and it will be automatically saved inside that mail ID or in the drive. We need not to save it manually. Like immediately after writing the code, it will be saved automatically. If you want to open Google Colab, just go to browser and open a new page and search for Google Colab. Once you search for Google Colab, you can see an option called Notebook. If you click on that particular option called Notebook, it automatically navigates to Google Colab environment, where you can go to the option called File, and you can click on the option called Open a new notebook in Drive. If you click on open a new notebook in Drive, automatically it will be navigating you to this particular page where you can write a, and you can change the title of the page manually. Once we open this Google Colab notebook, it appears like this. And here you will have two options, one to write the text and second one to write the code. If you click on text at the top, it will open a text box where you can write text or you can write notes on the program that you are going to create. I'm writing a text called first program. If you mention hash in front of the text here, it will create a folder like structure. For example, here I am creating text based on by providing hash. I wrote it as first program. If I write it as first program, automatically it will create a folder like structure in the index page. First program is created as a separate folder. Whatever the program that you write inside it will be part of this particular folder. For example, next I am providing one more thing called comments in Python. This comments will be taken as a next folder. It will be taken as a next folder in the index page. For example, under first program, if you write a subfolder, if you want to write a subfolder, if you want to create a folder, you need to provide only one hash. If you want to create a subfolder, you need to create two hashes. And now I am writing print hello. And this print hello will be created as a subfolder in first program folder. This is how we can create folder format by using hash in text boxes. This is not code. This is text boxes. These things that I used are text boxes. Now, when it comes to code box, here I can run my program. Here I can write my code and execute. First, let me write a code. Here we can collapse this as well, and we can unhide cells whenever we want. Let me write my first code here. As Python is a case sensitive language, here if you are providing capital letters or small letters, they are matter here. If syntax is created in such a way that small letters need to be used, you have to write them in small letters only. If syntax is given in such a way where capital letter must be used, you have to use it in capital letter only. For example, I am using print. Print must be written in small letters only. If you provide print in capital letters or P in capital letters in print, then it will throw you error. I am executing print hello. If I run it, it automatically returns me hello. Unlike this, if you write, see it is printing hello. Unlike this, if you use print with P as capital, it will throw error. So it is giving syntax error even if you execute it, it will throw it as name error. as the name called print is not defined. In print, P must be a small letter and it should be completely with small letter. Okay. Next, let us try to understand about comments. We just went through something where we can create folders in text boxes using hash. But in code box, if you write something using hash, it will be taken as comment. For example, I am writing print hello by using hash in front of it. It will be taken as comment. And even if you run it, there will be no output as it is a comment. By using hash, we can write single line comment. What if you want to use multiple line comments? For example, if I want to write multi-line comment, then I need to use quotation marks. I can use three single quotation marks or three double quotation marks. Anything. For example, by using single quotation mark, three single quotation marks, I am writing hello, and in the next line, I am writing and I will close it with three single quotation marks. Now, even though if I run it, there will be nothing, like it will be taken as comment only. Even you can use three double quotation marks as well. The same way you can mention it in three single quotation marks or three double quotation marks. Now let us write a small program where we can add two different numbers. I'm writing a program where I can add two different numbers. Here I will just take a variable and assign a value for it. I am taking a variable called A and assigning value called 5 for it. And I am taking variable called B and assigning a value called 2 for it. Now, if I run this particular code in the variable called A, it will store value called 5. Here equal to acts as assignment operator. B will store the value called 2. Now, if I print A plus B, now it will return the output called 7. It will add 5 and 2 and it will return the output called 7. Now, if you observe here, when it comes to variable is nothing but it is a container which can store a single value and we can reuse that particular variable wherever we want to have that particular value. If you override the variable, for example, here if I provide a equal to 7 again or a equal to 8, first I stored a equal to 5, b equal to 2, and then I wrote a equal to 8. First, it will create a variable. It will create a storage container which can store one value. And it will take a value called 5 into it. After that, it will create one more variable and it will store the value. In that container, it will store the value called that is called variable B. In variable A, it stored the value called 5, and in variable B, it stored the value called 2. After that, you are providing that A equal to 8. Whenever you try to override the same variable, it will replace the value which is present inside it with the new value, which means 5 will be replaced with A. In the already there is a variable called A, that's why it will override the 5 with 8. Now the variable A will contain the value called 8 and variable B will contain the value called 2. Now if you write print A plus B, it will return 10. You can see that it is returning 10. Whenever you will pass multiple values for the same variable, like one after another, the latest value will be overwrited rated and it will be taken as the value to the variable. Again, if I create one more variable like A equal to 3, 8 will be replaced by 3. Now that variable called A will contain the value called 3 and A plus B will become 3 plus 2 and it will return the value called 5. The latest assigned value will be stored inside the variable if you are trying to overwrite the same variable. When it comes to the creation of this particular variable, there will be multiple rules that we have to remember while creating the variable. We know that variable is a storage container, and whenever we pass any value, it will overwrite. We provide a equal to 10 and a equal to 5. Variable will overwrite its value. I will replace 10 inside variable A. And we have few rules to create variable or to name a variable. Here I provided a name called A for variable, but if you are providing any proper variable name, like if you want to take a variable called age, or if you want to take a variable called account number, or if you want to take some other variable, variable name will not start with integer. That's the first rule. Which means you cannot give 2a as a variable. Variable name will not start with integer. And variable name cannot contain any special character except underscore. If you want to create variable, we can use underscore as a part of it, but we cannot use any other special character like at the rate or any other character inside the variable. Also remember, like, variable name cannot start with an integer. It doesn't mean variable name cannot contain integer. You can create variable name like a2, only it will not be able to start with integer, but variable name can contain integer value as well. And Python will have few keywords. Variable name should not be part of that keyword. And variable name cannot have spaces in between it. Like if we have two words in a variable name, like if you have a variable name called transaction type, for the variable called transaction type, you cannot have transaction space type as a variable. You can either use it with multiple cases to separate each word, or you can have underscore between each word. We cannot have space in between variable name. And these variable names are case sensitive. If I create any variable with the name of small a, and if I call it with the capital A, like Python will not understand it. If I just provide print of capital A plus B, Python will not understand it. It will throw an error called name A is not defined. As variables are case sensitive, not only variables, Python is a case sensitive language. So if you define any variable or if you are using any statement, it must be written in the proper case. Only if you provide it in proper case, it will return the output. As I am executing the same statement couple of times, it is returning 5 on 5 for multiple times. Variables are case sensitive. And these are the instructions. Like as I mentioned, variable can be a combination of alphanumeric value, but it should not start with integer. Like it can be a alphanumeric value, which means it can be name two. We can take a variable called name two, but it cannot be two name because variable name cannot start with integer. And if you want to separate multiple words, you can use underscore as a separator. These are the rules that we must follow while creating any variable name. We discussed about variables. Now let us discuss about data types that are regularly used in Python. First one is string data type, which is used to store text value. It will be represented as str in Python. If you want to store any string value in Python, that value can be mentioned in single quotes or double quotes. After that, integer data type, which is represented as int, which is used to store whole numbers. It can be negative values or positive values, including 0. After that, we have float as data type, which is used to store any decimal value data like 1.25, 1.5, whatever the value it might be. If any value contains some decimal places, then we can store it in float data type. After that, we have complex as data type. If we have a combination of real and imaginary values, then we can store that particular value as complex data type in Python, where j is used to represent the imaginary value. Here I took an example like 1 plus 2j, where j is an imaginary value. After that, we have Boolean as data type, where we can have values called true or false. And we have to make sure that both true and false should not be given quotation marks if we are giving them as Boolean values, and they must be started with capital letter. In true, T must be capital, in false, F must be capital. After that, we have few data structures like list, tuple, set, dictionary. We will discuss about them in the next parts. But as of now, we must get idea on string, integer, float, complex, and bool. Let us try these data types in notebook. Let me open a new code. First, let me give a title as data types. In Python, we have a function called type, which is used to check which data type value it is. If I just provide type of 1, it will return integer. Let me print this type of 1, print of type of 1. You can see that it belongs to class integer. Let me provide remaining data type values as well. 1.0 should provide data type as float, and if you provide any information in quotation marks, it should return string as data type. After that, if you provide true or false values, it will return the data type called Boolean. If you provide any values with the combination of any number and imaginary values, then it will return the data type called complex. Here I am checking data types for different values. First one is integer, second one is float, third one is string, fourth one is Boolean data type, which is also called as bool, and last one is of complex data type. If I execute it, I can check the data types for all the provided values. Now let us discuss about typecasting in Python. If we want to change the data type in Python, we need to understand about the concept called typecasting. When it comes to typecasting, this typecasting in Python will happen in two different types. First thing is automatic conversion. Second one is like which can be done explicitly by writing code. In variables, we are going to learn about typecasting. This typecasting is nothing but of conversion of one data type value into another. Here in this particular typecasting, we have two different types again, automatic or implicit typecasting. When it comes to this automatic typecasting, Python can change the data type by itself whenever you perform any operation between multiple data types. Like if you are performing any operation between a small data type value with a bigger data type value, automatically it will convert the data type to a bigger data type value. For example, if you add any integer data type value with float value, automatically the output will be converted to a float data type value. Let me write a code and show you. Here I am taking two variables called int underscore, which will store an integer value. Here I am giving a value called 10. After that, I am taking one more variable called float underscore, which will store a float value. Here I am going to store a value called 10.0 or 10.01. Okay. If I add these two values, if I add these two values, the output will be 20.01, which is a float data type value. Even if you check int of type of int plus float, it is returning 20.01 and it is of float data type. It is taking with many more decimals. That's why it is giving very accurate value. And it is returning that data type is of float. Even like if you add a value called true with 1, by default, if you convert true into an integer, it will take a value called 1. True will be taken as 1 and false will be taken as 0. If you add true plus with 1, it will automatically convert true into integer and it will perform 1 plus 1 and it will return 2 as the output. You can see the output called true here. If you perform any operation with complex data type value, like if you perform 1 plus true plus 2 plus 5j, if I perform operation like this, the output will be, it will first combine all the normal values. It will add 1 with true. True will also be taken the value called 1 as it is converting into integer automatically plus 2. it will become 2 plus 2, 4 totally. It should return the output called 4 plus 5j. The total data will be converted into complex data type. After performing addition between them, it is returning 4 plus 5j, which is a complex value or complex data type value completely. Even if we want, we can check the type. You can see that output is of complex data type value. This is how if any operation between multiple data types of lower order and higher order performed together. Automatically in Python, data type will be converted to higher order value. After that, we have one more type of typecasting, which is called as explicit typecasting. First one is implicit, which will be automatically done by Python. Here I am not writing any code to convert integer into float or any other data types. When it comes to this explicit typecasting, here the data type conversion will be done manually by the programmer by using functions like integer of, float of, like if whatever the data type that we want to convert, we can provide that particular data type. We can use that data type as a function and we can convert that values manually. For example, here I have a variable called a which stores a value called 1.5. And if I want to convert this particular value into an integer, I can just convert by using int of function. I will just write int of a. After that, I can just check the type as print type of int of a. If I execute, it is taking the value called 1. This 1.5 became 1 after converting it as an integer. And you can check the type for the output where I am converting it as an integer. It is giving the class as integer. Similarly, we can convert remaining data types as well. I am taking b equal to true as a variable. Like if I convert this true value into integer, it will become 1 and type also will be written as integer. If you convert true into an integer, it will become 1 and type is returning as integer. Similarly, if you convert false, it will return 0. You can see false is returning 0 and true is returning 1. And let us consider there is a string value which contains integer data. For example, we have a string value called 123. I'm taking a variable called c, which is storing a string value called 123. What will happen if I try to convert this string value into integer? You can see that it got successfully converted into integer. Whenever any string value contains only numerical data, here in this string there is only numerical data. all 1, 2, 3 are numerical values. Then you can convert it into numerical data types. If it contains any alpha numerical value, then you cannot convert it into numerical data type. For example, we have A123. If I try to run it, I will get an error because A is an alphabet which cannot be converted into numerical value. Now, if we try to understand the dominancy, like if you want to understand which data can be converted into which data type, the dominancy order of these data types will be string is of highest dominancy, which means you can convert any data type value into a string. After that, float is the next dominancy. After that, we have integer as the next level of dominancy. After that, Boolean is the last level. Like we can convert Boolean value into integer. We can convert Boolean value into float. We can convert Boolean as a string too. Similarly, integer can be converted as float and integer can be converted as string as well. Similarly, float can be converted to string and float can be converted to, like we can have complex as well, but complex uh, is not a regularly used thing. So I am mentioning the regularly used data types like string, float, integer, and bool based on their dominancy. For example, if there is any string, you can convert it into float or integer only if it contains complete numerical information. But if it contains any alphanumerical value, we cannot convert it into float or integer. But any integer value or any float value can be converted as a string, or any Boolean value can be converted as a string. That's about uh, typecasting in Python. After data types, let us try to understand about a function called input. In Python, this input function is used to take an input from the user. By default, input will accept string value. Like whatever the value that will be passed as an input will be taken as a string value. And if you want to have any other data type values as input, then we need to convert them. We need to perform typecasting on the string value and we need to convert it into the corresponding data type. For example, I am taking a couple of variables where I am taking name as an input. After that, I am taking age as an input. If I run it, it will ask me the input value. It will ask me the first input. First input must be name. Like even if you want to pass the value that you want to enter here as a suggestion, then you can write that particular text or suggesting text in between the parentheses of this input function. For example, here I want to pass it as enter the name. Let me rerun it. See, it is showing me the text called enter the name. I am providing the name called Ram. After that, it will ask enter the age. Now I am providing the age value. Now these two variables are storing the values. Name variable store is storing the value called Ram, and age variable is storing the value called 27. If I write like to print it, if I just enter print of name, it will print whatever the name that I am passing. And if I just write print of age, it will print whatever the age value that I enters as an input. And even if you want to check the type, we can write print of type of name and print of type of age. As we are passing them as an input from the input function, these two values will be of string data type. As Ram is a text value, automatically it will be a string. And even though age is a numerical value, as you are passing it as an input by using an input function, by default input function will accept string data type value. You can see that both values are of string data type. Now, if you want to convert this input value into any another data type by using typecast. For example, I want to add two numbers by taking them as input, or I want to perform some calculation between two numbers by taking them as input. I am taking number 1 equal to input of and number 2 equal to input of, and I am printing number 1 plus number 2. As those two are currently string values, let us see what will happen. I will enter number 1 as 10 and number 2 as 10 or 15. Like output should be 25 actually, but let us see, as they are string values, see what it is doing. It is doing string concatenation as you are adding two different string values. It is concatenating and it is providing 1015 as output. It is taking 10 and it is concatenating 15 to it, and it is giving 1015 as in output. If you want the calculation to be done normally like an integer, then you need to perform typecasting by using the function called integer. You have to write int of input of. Whenever you pass any value as input here, it will automatically convert that value into integer if it fits into integer. For example, if you pass some text value, then it will throw the error. If you pass only numerical values, then it can convert it as an integer and it will add those numbers. Now I will provide same 10 and 15 as inputs. Now you can see that 25 as the output. By default, this input function will accept string value data type, but if you want to convert it into any other data types, and if it allows to convert, then you can convert it into data types like integer or float or boolean. After input function, let us try to discuss about operators. First, we are going to discuss about assignment operator in Python. In Python, assignment operator is nothing but of equal to symbol. Like if we want to assign any value for a variable, or if you want to assign any path for a variable, or if we want to assign any value for an object, then we need to assign it by using operator called equal to. For example, let me take two variables and let me assign some values to that variable. Let me take a variable called a and let me assign value called 10 for it. And let me take variable called b and let me assign value called 20 for it. If I execute this particular cell, in a variable called a, value called 10 will be stored, or value called 10 will be assigned for a variable a and value called 20 will be assigned for variable b. This is how assignment operator is used to assign some value to the object. After that, the next type of operators that we are going to discuss about is arithmetic operators. If you want to perform some arithmetic operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponential formations like that, then we can use arithmetic operators. Here we have operators like plus, which is used for addition, minus is used for subtraction, star is used for multiplication, double star is used for exponential, forward slash is used for division, double forward slash is used for floor division, and percentile symbol is used for modular division. Plus is used for addition, which means to add two different values. Minus is used for subtraction. Star is used for multiplication. Find the product of two numbers. Double star is used for exponential calculations. like 2 square, 3 cube. Like if you want to find any exponentials, then you can use by using double star. After that, forward slash is used to perform division, and double forward slash is used to perform floor division. The difference between forward slash and double forward slash is if you perform division, it will return float value in output. If you perform floor division, then it will return integer as an output. It will remove the decimal value and it will return integer as an output. And modular division will return remainder. These are the different types of arithmetic operators that we use. Let us try these operators. I took two variables called A and B, where A stores value called 10 and B stores value called 20. Now, if I print A plus B, it should return 30. If I print B minus A, it should return 10. 20 minus 10 will return 10. A multiplied with B will return 200. A power B will become 10 power 20, whatever the value returns. We have to check. B divided by A, 20 divided by 10 will return to 2.0 as I am performing normal division. If I perform floor division in the similar way, B divided by A, now it should return 2. If I perform modular division, B percentile A, as they are perfectly divisible, it will return 0 as remainder. You can see A plus B return me 30, B minus A return me 10, A into B 200, and A power B some value, and B by A 2.0 as it is normal division. If I perform floor division, it will return integer. It just return 2, and modular division, it returned 0 as remainder will be 0. These are the arithmetic operators that we have in Python. After that, let us discuss about comparison operators, which are used to compare perform comparison between two different values and return Boolean output. Here we have operators like is equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, and less than or equal to. These are the operators that we have here. When it comes to is equal to, it will check whether two values are equal. Only if two values are same, then it will return true or else false. Vice versa, like if two values are reverse, then not equal to will return. If two values are not equal, then not equal to operator will return true, else false. If value A is greater than value B or value 1 is greater than value 2, then greater than will return true or else false, vice versa for less than. Similarly, greater than or equal to will return true if value 1 is greater than value 2 or value 1 and value 2 are same as well, vice versa less than. Let me take two variables, A with value 10 and B with value 5. Let me perform this comparison operators. Print A equal to B will return me false because A and B are not same. Print A not equal to B should return me true because A and B are not equal. A greater than B is true. A less than B will return false. A greater than or equal to B will be true. A less than or equal to B will be false. You can see A equal to B is false. After A not equal to B true. A greater than B true. A less than B false. A greater than or equal to B true. And A less than or equal to B false. Next type of operators that we are going to discuss about are logical operators. When it comes to these logical operators are used to compare multiple conditions. There are operators like and, or, and not. When it comes to and, it will return true only when both the conditions are true. Or will return true when at least one condition is true. Not will reverse the Boolean output. If it is true, it will become not true, which means it will return false. Let us check these logical operators by having few conditions. My first condition is 10 less than 20. It should return true actually. Condition 2 is 20 greater than 10. It will also return true. Condition 3 is 20 greater than 30, which is false. And condition 4 40 equal to 30. This is also false. I have 4 conditions where 2 of the conditions returns true and 2 of the conditions will return false. Let me use logical operators and perform comparison between multiple conditions. If I just write print condition 1 and condition 2, as both conditions are true, it should return true. Even condition 1 or condition true will return true because both conditions are true. Condition 1 and condition 2 are true. Even though, like, even if you have at least one condition as true, it will return true. Even if I provide condition 1 or condition 3, as condition 1 returns true, it will return true only. Not condition 1. Like condition 1 returns true if I am printing not condition 1, which means it will return false. Not condition 4. Condition 4 is false. If I return not condition 4, then it will return true. If I execute it, here I provided C capital. Let me make it small. You can see condition 1 and condition 2, as both of them are true, it is returning true. If at least one of them are false, for example, if I take condition 1, which is true, and condition 3, which is false, as one of the condition is false, and operator will return false one, because only when both are true, it will return. When it comes to our operator, if at least one is true, then it will return true. Condition 1 is true and condition 3 is false. As at least one is true, it is returning true. If I provide condition 3 or condition 4, as both of them are false, only when both are false, then it will return false. Let me return condition 4 or condition 3. As both are false, it will also return false. not condition one, which means not true. It will become not true and reverse the actual Boolean output and it will return false. And similarly, not condition 4 will change false into true. These are the logical operators. Next, we have membership operators. This membership operator is useful to check whether the value is present in a string or any other sequence of values. It is used to check whether any value is present in sequence of characters or sequence of values and returns Boolean output. If value is present, it will return true. If value is not present, it will return false. Here we have two operators called in and not in. Let me give small examples for these operators. I want to check whether A is present in word called apple. Print A in apple. If I execute it as A is present in apple, it will return true. Similarly, if I just check whether K is present in apple or not, or Z is present in apple. If I check Z in apple, as Z is not present in apple, it should return false. A not in apple will also return false as A is present in apple. Similarly, Z not in apple returns true. This membership operator is used to check any character or value present in a sequence. Next type of operators is identity operators. These identity operators are useful to check whether the value stored inside the variable is same or not. Let me take two variables here, a equal to 1 and b equal to 1 as well. As a and b store same value, if I print a is b, it should return true. It will check whether the values present in variables are same or not. It is returning. Similarly, if you print a is not b, it will return false. As a is same as b, if you write a is not b, then it will return false. These two, like is and is not, are identity operators. These are the operators that we use in Python. After discussing about operators, let us now discuss about data structures in Python. We discussed about data types which are used to store one value inside a variable. For example, if we are taking any string or any integer data type in a variable, if we want string as a data type, we can store only one particular value in a variable. But what if we need to store multiple values of different types, different data types? Then we need to go to data structures. These data structures are used to store multiple values of any data type in a single variable. These data types are of four types. They are list, tuple, set, and dictionary. When it comes to list to represent list in Python, we have to use square brackets. And lists are ordered, which means like if you create a list within square brackets and if you provide multiple values, for example, here if you observe that I provided name called Ram, age 24, and gender as male. After providing these three values inside a list, this list will store the values in the same order, and the values which are stored inside the list are mutable. Like if I want to change the age of the person, I can change it. If I want to change the name of the person, I can change it. Like once they are stored, they can be changed as well. And list will allow duplicates as well. And lists are of variable length. Like as you are able to allow multiple values to be added or multiple values to be removed from the list, and lists are mutable, which means you can modify the list. So these are of variable length data structure. After that we have tuple. Even tuple is like a list where we will store values in the curved braces. Like lists, when it comes to list, you will store the data in square braces, whereas tuple you will store the data in curved braces. Tuple are also ordered. Like if you store data in one particular order, whenever you print, data will be printed in the same order. Like it will have a proper indexing. And tuples are immutable. Like if you create a tuple once, you can't modify it. But tuples will allow duplicates. As you can't modify the tuple, the length it requires will be same. Like it will be a fixed length value. After that, the next type of data structure is set. When it comes to set, we will represent set in a flower brackets. For example, if you create multiple values inside a set, sets are unordered. Like if you create values in one particular order and whenever you try to print that particular set, like whenever you keep on executing it, every time it will change the order. Like it will not print the data in the same order because they are unordered. There will be no indexing behind it, and they are mutable. And it will not allow any duplicates. Like if you provide, even though while creating a set, if you provide duplication of value, and it will not be able to print the duplicates. Like whenever you are printing, it will print only the unique values, and there will be no indexing because as sets are unordered, you can't call any one particular value in the set because it will not be in the same position whenever you execute for the next time. For example, here I created a set with values called Ram, Sana, and John. Whenever I re-execute it, it might become John, Sana, and Ram, or Sana, Ram, and John. It will change the order of values present inside. So you can't call any one specified value based on its position. After that, we have one more data structure called dictionary, which is used to store key value pairs. Like here, like name Ram, age 25, like that. Name is the key and Ram is the value. Age is the key and 25 is the value. It is like attribute and value pair, column and value pair. You are going to store values in the form of key value pairs. And here keys are unique and values can be duplicated. You can have same value for multiple keys, but keys names should be unique. And keys must be a text value, and value can be of any data type. Key should be a string and value can be of any data type. These are the data structures we have. Let us create those data structures and try to print them once in our notebook. These are used to store multiple values of different data types inside a single variable. And we have four different types of data structures. They are list, tuple, set, and dictionary. First, let me create a list. I'm taking a variable called names. And list, to create a list, we have to use square brackets. And within these square brackets, I am providing the list of names or multiple names. I'm providing three names called Ram, Sana, and Beam. Let me execute this particular list. List got created. If I want to print, just I can print, right? Print of names. All the values present in the list will be printed as it is. If I want to check the type, I can also write print of type of names. I run it, it will provide the output like it is of class list. Similarly, if we provide curved braces instead of square braces, if I provide curved brackets, then it will be a tuple. After that, let me take flower brackets for the same values and it will become set. And I already told you that these sets are unordered. Like if you create values in one particular order, there is no rule that they need to be printed in the same order. Like the order of values can be changed. You can see I created value in a order like Ram, Sana, and Beam, but you can see in the output it printed like Ram, Beam, and Sana. It will change the order automatically. And also it will not allow duplicates. Like even though if I provide value called Ram one more time, it will not allow duplication. You can see in the output like it printed each value only once. After that, we have one more type of data structure which is called as dictionary. Let me take a variable called details where I will have flower brackets. Within the flower brackets, I will provide details of a student. For example, I am taking name Ram, age 20, and gender male as the details. Each value here will be separated with comma, and we will mention key colon value, comma key colon value in that particular format. After that, I can print the details, and I can also print type of details. I'm printing the details where got name Ram, age 20, and gender male, along with class dictionary. These are the four different types of data structures that we have. Let us perform indexing and slicing on the top of these data structures along with string values. Now let us try to understand about indexing. Indexing is a concept where we can find any value of string or of some data structure by using the position of that particular value. By using index, we can fetch any element of string or of any data structure by knowing its position. This indexing will be of two different types. One is positive indexing and another one is negative indexing. When it comes to this positive indexing, indexing will starts from 0. Like the first character will starts from 0. For example, if there is any word called Ram, in Ram, R will be marked as 0th index, A will be marked as first index, and M will be marked as second index. This will be the positive indexing for a word called Ram. When it comes to negative indexing, if we want to read the text from right to left side in reverse, which means MAR, then in that particular case, for the word called Ram, negative indexing will be M will be given index called -1, A will be given index called -2, and R will be given index called -3. We can call any of these characters from a word called Ram by using the indexing. Let us try that practically. I am taking a variable called name and I am providing the word called Ram. And if I want to fetch any one character from this particular word, I can just print by using indexing. Print of name of 0. Name of 0 will return the character which is at first position, which is nothing but of R. If I provide name of 2, it will return M. If I provide name of -1, it will also return M. Let me take name of 1, which will return A. This is through positive indexing. And similarly, if I print name of -1, it will return M, which is negative indexing. Let me print name of 0 as well using positive indexing. This is how we can use both positive and negative indexing to fetch any element from a string or from any other data structures. We can try the same indexing using list. Let me take a list where I have list of names. When it comes to string, each character in a string will be considered as an element. When it comes to any other data structures, each value in that particular data structure will be considered as an element. For example, when it comes to list, each value in this particular list will be considered as an element. By using an indexing, we can fetch each element separately. Like if I just provide names of 0, it will provide the first name called Ra. Similarly, if I provide names of -1, it will provide B. If I just provide names of 1, it will provide some. This is how we can access each element of a list by using indexing. Similarly, we can do the same thing on tuple as well. You can see the same result. Now I am using tuple. If you want, I am printing its data type as well. You can see it is of class list and it is of class tuple. But if we perform the same operation for class set, as set will not allow indexing because the values in this particular set are unordered. Like they will not be in one specified order. If I try to execute it, it will throw me an error. Like set object is not subscriptable. Like you cannot fetch any element from the set because they are not ordered. Like if you just print complete names, we can print it, but we cannot access any element, specified element from a set. Because they are unordered. Like you can see here, the names of the persons which I gave and the output are not in the same order. It will set will change the order automatically, and set will not also print the duplicated values. If any value is repeated multiple times, it will remove those duplicates automatically. But we can perform this indexing on the top of dictionary. Let me take the dictionary. Let me print it. Now here, if I want to fetch any element from the dictionary, here instead of providing as a value, like we need to provide key. For example, when it comes to list or tuple, we just mention the position of that particular element, like whether it is 0 or -1 or 1, whatever the position we mentioned that. But when it comes to dictionary, we need to mention the key. For example, here I want to fetch age. I need to provide age. You can see that it is returning me the age. If I want to provide name, I need to provide name. Here you can see that it is printing name. In dictionary, we can, by providing the key, we can fetch any element of the dictionary or any value from a dictionary. After indexing, the next concept that we are going to learn about is slicing. When it comes to indexing is used to find any element based on its position from any data structure or from string. When it comes to slicing, slicing is used to fetch multiple characters multiple elements or characters from a variable. This variable can store any values, like I can mention it as string or data structures. When it comes to this slicing, slicing can also be done in two different ways. One is by using positive indexing, another one is by using negative indexing as well. Like if I want to slice one particular name, for example, I have a name called Ram, and I want to print only first three elements. I want to print Ram out of it. A word called Ramo, I want to print only Ram out of it. If we want to slice any object, here we need to pass two elements along with the variable name. For example, let us consider there is a variable called name, and inside it I am storing the word called Ram. Name of, I need to provide starting index, which means what is the first character that you are starting with, and end index plus 1. Because while indexing in the end index, it will not consider the last element. Like if you want any element, you have to provide the index of that element plus 1, because the last value will not be considered during printing. And also we have one more input parameter which can be an optional one. It will be given only when required, which is called as step. If we pass all, by passing all these parameters, we can print required elements or multiple elements from a string or any other data structure. Let me take a variable called name and let me store the variable value called Ramu. And by using slicing, let me print first three characters. Here, what will be the index of first three characters? R will be at 0th position. A will be at the first position. M will be at the second position. And U will be at the third position. This is the indexing for the word Ram. It will be from 0 to 3. And I want to print only first three characters. So I will write print name of first starting index is 0, and I want to print three characters. So that index will be 0, 1 and 2. While providing end index, we need to provide end index plus 1, because the last element will not be printed. So I will provide 2 plus 1, which is 3. If I provide print name of 0 to 3, then it will provide Ram as an out. I'll be able to slice the word, and I'll be able to fetch the required elements from a string. Or suppose if I want to print alternate characters from a string, for example, I want to print alternative characters from the word called Ram. Then I will just provide, I will take 0 to 4 as the starting and ending indexes, and I will provide the step as true, which will take the alternative values. It will take the first value. After that, it will skip the second value as the step is 2, and it will take the third value, which is at position 2. You can see that R and M are the values which got printed. Similarly, we can apply slicing for list and tuple as well. Let me take list of names. Let me perform this slicing. Let me print only first 2 names. I will just provide 0 to 2 as end index will not be considered. It will take 0 and first position values. You can see that it returned only Ram and Sana. Similarly, like indexing, we can also perform slicing in a reverse way by using negative indexing. For example, if I want to print the same name in reverse, by using this slicing, just I can provide print name of, and I can leave semicolons, and I can just provide the step as -1, which will automatically read index in reverse. You can see that this name got reversed and I got name in reverse. Or else you can provide negative indexing as well. Both the starting index and ending index, you can provide based on negative indexing as well. Both will return the same result. Similarly, like list, we can do the same slicing in tuple as well. Even if I take tuple, I can perform the same slicing on the top of it. Even if you want to print this tuple in reverse, we will be able to print the elements inside the tuple in reverse. Similarly, we can do for list as well. After completion of indexing and slicing, let us start discussing about functions and methods for the data structures. First, let us discuss about the functions which are available for lists. First, let me explain you what are functions. When it comes to functions, these are independent forms which are used to perform some calculations. This does not need any objects. For example, if there is some function, we can use it anywhere on any object, like on any type of data structure if it supports. It doesn't need any object reference while performing the calculation or while executing it. Here we have few functions on list. It is a standard form or standard block of code which can be directly called by its name. There are many functions that we already used, like sum, min, max in previous modules. Like, however, we are going to see few of the functions in lists now. Let me create a list first. I'm going to create a list called list of names. Here, if you observe, I'm writing print of length of list of names. Here, length is a function which is used to find the number of elements which are present inside the list. Here in this list, there are three different elements. This length function will return me 3 as the output. When it comes to list functions, we have some of the functions like length, sum, min, max, range, and enumerate. We also have sorted. Okay. We tried length, which is used to find the number of elements which are present inside a list. Let me try some of the remaining functions. Let me take list of numbers. Here I got list of numbers called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if I perform sum, it will find the sum of all the elements, and min will find the minimum value of the elements, and max will find the maximum value of the elements. You can see sum performs the sum operation between all the elements. After that, min returns the minimum value, which is 1, and max returns the maximum value, which is 5 from the list. After that, we have a function called range, which is used to fetch the range of values. For example, if I want to print a list automatically between a range of numbers 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, then you can give list of range of, and you can provide that particular value. If I provide list of range of 10, it will provide all the values from 0 to 9. But if I provide start index and end index separately, always you have to take end index plus 1 while negotiating the last value. Here I want to print the values from 1 to 10, so I provided start index as 1 and end index as 11, and it printed all the values from 1 to 10. And after that, I want to print the range of values between 1 to 10 by skipping each value. Like, I am taking step as 2, which will print the alternative values by skipping the second value. Now it is returning 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 between 1 and 10. This is how range can help to print values automatically into a list. After that, we have a function called sorted, which is used to sort information in the list in ascending or descending order. Let me take list of numbers. Let me shuffle it randomly. I am writing 6, 9, 7, 8. I shuffle the numbers here. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 7, 8. They are not in proper sorting. Now, if I want to sort them, I can use sorted. Sorted of list of numbers will return the list of numbers in ascending order by default. Like here, it will become 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And whenever you mention it as reverse equal to true, it will sort the information in descending order in reverse. You can see sorted is sorting the values present in the list in ascending order. And when you mention it as reverse equal to true, sorted of list of numbers, and you passed one more parameter as reverse equal to true, it is sorting the values in descending order. These are the few of the functions that we use inside the list. After that, let us discuss about list methods. When it comes to methods, methods need some object reference to execute. Unlike functions, like functions can be executed independently, methods are also like a functions which need object reference. For example, if you want to use a method, then you have to have some object. Like if you have a variable called names, then if you want to add one more value, then you need to take names dot add. Here add is a method which is used to add one more value, but if you want to execute it, you need the help of the object. You need the help of variable. Without that, you can't execute it. And is used to add the value. Let me mention few of the methods that regularly used inside the list. They are append, insert, extend, remove, pop, delete, clear, reverse, sort, copy, count, and index. These are the methods we regularly use on the top of a list. Let me take a list first. Let me take list of names. I took three names called Ram, Sana, and Beam, and I am appending a value called Raju. List of names dot append Raju, and I am printing that list of names. If I execute it, you can see it added one more value called Raju to existing list. After that, if you want to insert any value at a specified position, for example, at first position, like first value inside the list will be at 0th position. Indexing will starts from 0, right? 0, 1, 2, 3 are the indexes for all the four values present. If I want to add any value at a specified index, I can just write list of names dot insert one comma. I am giving a name called Tarun. At first position, I want to insert a name called Tarun. If I run it, you can see that immediately after 0th position, first position, it added a name called Tarun. After that, the remaining values follow as usual. When it comes to append will add the element at the end of the list, whereas insert can add an element at a specified position. After that, extend is used to add multiple lists. For example, if you have data in two different lists, and if you want to add them, if you want to combine the values which are present in two different lists, then we can use a method called extend. I have list of names one, which contain three different names like Ram, Sana, and Beam, and list of names to contain Raju and Rajesh as names. Now, if I take list of names one dot extend list of names two, then it will add the elements of list of names two to list of names one, which means for the first list it will add these two elements as well. And if I print list of names one, it will totally contain five elements now. After that, remove is used to remove any specified element from a list. For example, if I want to remove the information of Rajesh, I can use list of names one dot remove. If I want to remove Rajesh, I can just mention Rajesh. And if I execute it, it will remove the element called Rajesh and it will print only the remaining values. You can see the data which is related to Rajesh got removed. And now I have only four elements called Ram, Sana, Beam, and Raju. I have a method called pop, which will remove the last element of a list by default. For example, if I perform list of names one dot pop, and if I execute it by default, it will remove the last element. If you see, it is removing the last element. And if you want to remove an element of a specified position, for example, based on the index value, Ram is at 0th position, Sana is at first position, and Beam is at second position. If you want to remove any element at a specified position as well, then you can mention that specified position inside the pop. You can if you mention pop of 2, the value information related to Beam will be removed. Okay. If I perform clear, it will remove all the elements present in the list and it will make the list empty. You can see that list is empty now. It removed all the elements in a single step. If I perform delete, after that if I try to execute, it will throw the error called delete must be executed separately. Yeah, I executed delete and it is returning like list of names. Names one is not defined because it is already deleted. It is telling list of names one is not defined. It is not available. No. Let me make it a comment and let me re-execute now. It will print all the remaining results. So that let me take one more list. Let me take list of names again. Let us try reverse. Reverse will print all the elements in the reverse, like in reverse order without sorting. Like if Ram, Sana, and Beam are the elements in the list, it will print in reverse, like Beam, Sana, and Ram. It is not sorting based on any value. It is not sorting in ascending or descending order. When it comes to sort by default will sort the information in ascending order. If we perform sort reverse of true, it will sort in descending order. We have a method called count, which is used to find the count of occurrence of each element. For example, if I have a name called Ram couple of times, and if I want to check how many times this word called Ram present in the list, then I can use a method called count, which is used to find the count of occurrence of Ram. After that, index is used to find the position of an element. Let me execute it. Let me take the list of names and let me list I provided print of list of names dot count, and I am checking how many times the name called Ram is present. It is present for 2 times, and I am finding the index of the word Ram as well. Like it will provide the index value of the first occurrence. These are the methods that will be used for lists. Next, let us discuss about functions and methods that are available for tuple. When it comes to properties of tuple also will be created like a list, but they will be mentioned in the curved brackets. And when it comes to the elements of the tuple, they are also ordered. We can perform indexing on the top of them, and they will also allow duplicates like lists. But the elements in the tuple are immutable. When it comes to the functions that are used inside the tuple, similarly, like lists, they can have functions like length, max, min, sum, range, enumerate, unsorted. Let me take tuple of numbers. And let me calculate length, max, min, and sum. We can perform all these functions similarly like list on the tuple as well. We didn't perform the enumerate on the list, but enumerate is used to return the position of an each element present in list or tuple. You can see whenever I provided like print of list of enumerate of tuple of numbers, it is providing like each value related enumeration. Like at 0th position we have a value called 1, at first position we have a value called 2, at second position we have a value called 3, at third position we have a value called 4, at fourth position we have a value called 5. Like that, it is providing complete information of each position. It is providing complete indexing of each position. Even we can perform on text related information as well. I just perform print of list of full of names. After that, sorted is used to sort the information in ascending order by default. We know that. You can see Ram is at 0th position, Sana is first position, and Beam is at second position. And sorted will sort by default in ascending order, and if you provide reverse equal to true, it will sort in descending order. or just perform by applying reverse equal to true, it will sort in descending order. After that, when it comes to methods in tuple the methods are very limited because they are immutable. Like we can't change the values present inside the tuple. So they only support copy, count, index kind of method. I think I didn't perform even copy on the top of list. When it comes to copy is used to copy an elements present in a list or tuple into another tuple. For example, you want to copy the elements of a list or tuple into another variable, then you can use copy function and you can copy them. For example, I have student names. Here I am taking a variable called student name copy, which will fetch the information from student names, and I am using a method called copy of, and the same values which are present in student names will be copied into a variable called student names copy, and here I am printing student names copy. It will have the same values like Ram, Sana, and Beam, and I am finding the count of occurrence of Ram in the tuple, and I am also finding the index. Like count will be 1 and index will be 0 as Ram is at first position. Why copy is not working? Sorry, we can perform a method called copy on the top of the list. Like here I have a list of names and I took the copy into another variable called list of names copy, and I am taking list of names copy equal to list of names dot copy of, which will copy the elements of list of names into list of names copy variable, and I am printing list of names copy variable, which is returning me the output. But when it comes to tuple will not support any method called copy, but however, like if we want to copy a tuple, we can just mention its value. Just I am mentioning student names copy equal to student names. Just I am mentioning the variable. Then the elements of this particular tuple, student names will be copied into object called students name copy. Automatically, when I print student names copy, the same elements will be printed. Let us discuss about methods and functions related to sets and dictionary as well. Let me first explain you the properties of a set. Okay, we are already aware that these sets are unordered. If we create a set with some elements in one particular order, while printing it will automatically change the order. They will not be in one specified order. And set will not allow duplicates as well. Even though if we create a set with duplicate values, automatically the duplicates will be removed. When it comes to functions on the set, we can use functions like length, max, min. Type is a common function which is used to find which data structure it is, and some these kind of functions we can use on the top of set. Let me create a set with the name set of numbers, and let me execute the functions called length, max, min, and sum. If I run this particular set, it will automatically execute. Length will return the number of elements present in the set. Max will return the maximum value, minimum value, and sum will return the total value. And if you just print the set, as we are aware, set is unordered. Like not every time it can print data in the same order. Like sometimes it can print the values in the same order, sometimes it can zigzag. Like it will not have proper indexing to store the information in one particular order. And when it comes to the methods related to set, we can use a method called copy to copy the elements of one set into another set. And if we want to add new element into a set, we can use a method called add. Remove is a method used to remove element from a set. After that, discard is also used to remove any specific element from the set. After that, we have a method called pop, which is used to remove any random element from set. When it comes to the data structure, like pop will remove the last element. As sets are unordered, it will remove any one particular random element. And clear is used to remove all the elements present in the set. Let me create a set of names. And I will use set of names dot copy of. Now here first I took a variable called set of names, and in that variable I have set of three different names. And I took another variable called set of names copy. If I want to have the same elements that are present in the set of names, I am using the method called set of names dot copy. This method will copy the elements present in this particular set into this variable, and I am printing the variable called set of names copy. You can see that it is printing all the elements present in this particular set, but as it is unordered, it will change the positions automatically. And if I want to add an element into the set, I'm taking set of names dot add, and I am adding an element called Raju, which will add an element called Raju into this particular set. And remove similarly will remove the element called Raju. When I am printing this set of names, it should print Raju and it should print 4 elements completely. And after the last print, like it should print only the 3 elements again. Let us see what will it print. Let me run. You can see first I am printing this set of names copy, which is printing 3 elements. After that, when I added Raju, Raju is added at one particular portion. And after that, I removed Raju and it is printing remaining 3 elements again. After that, whenever like if you are removing an element, if you use method called remove, already the element called Raju got removed here. If I am trying to remove that value one more time, or if I am trying to remove any element which is not exist, if I run it, I will get an error. You can see here I got an error. Like key error, there is no value called Raju. Like this value is doesn't exist. This element is not present. That's why I'm getting an error. But instead of that, if you use discard instead of remove, if you use discard, discard will remove the element only if it exists. If it doesn't exist, it will not do anything. It will not return any error. But remove will remove a element. But if element doesn't exist and if you are trying to remove it, it will throw error. That's the difference between discard and remove. And if you perform pop, pop will remove any one specified random element, whatever it might be. I am taking set of names dot pop off, which will remove one random element from the set, and clear will remove all the elements. Let me run this too. Here, when I use pop off, it removed the element called beam and it returned Ram and Sana. And when I perform clear, it is returning me the empty set. And if we want to perform some additional operations in the set, we have operations, we have methods called union, intersection, or intersect. And difference. When it comes to union, it will return all the values of two different sets. Like if you have two different sets, it will, if you perform union between them, it will return all the values. When you perform intersection, it will return the common values between both the sets. Like if they are two different sets, it will return only common values between them. And if you are performing difference, for example, if you are performing set A difference set B, it will return all the elements in set A which are not part of set B. Whatever the elements which are not in set B and only in set A, those elements will be returned. Let me take two sets and let me show you how it works. I'm taking set 1 and set 2. Set 1 contains values called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and set 2 contains values called 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if I am performing set 1 union set 2, it should return all the values in both the sets. When I perform intersection, it should return only the common values, which are 4 and 5. When I perform difference, it should return only values in one particular set and not present in the second set. If you see union operation, it is returning me all the values present in the set. We have all the values called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. When I perform intersection, it is returning only the common values between both the sets. only 4 and 5 are common values present in both the sets. And when I perform difference between these two sets, like as I am checking that set 1 difference set 2, it will return all the elements of set 1 which are not part of set 2. Like 4 and 5 are part of set 2. That's why it is not returning 4 and 5, and it is returning all the remaining values which are present in set 1. These are the functions and methods that we use on sets. After that, let us try to discuss about the functions and methods that we use on dictionary. When it comes to dictionary, we already know that this dictionary will store the information as key value pairs. And this dictionary is ordered collection of key value pairs, and keys must be unique, and values can be of any data type. Keys must be unique and they must be of text, and values can be duplicates or of any data types. And when it comes to dictionary, we will mainly use methods called keys, values, items. Also, we will use get. When it comes to keys is used to return only the keys of a dictionary. Like whatever the keys that you created inside a dictionary in key value pairs, it will return only the keys. If you use values, it will return only values of all the keys. If you use items, it will return key value pairs completely. Like it will return both keys and values. If you use get method and if you specify any of the key name, it will return the values of that corresponding key. Like if you mention get of any specified key name, it will return values that you mentioned for that particular key. Let me create a dictionary and let me show you how they are going to work. Let me create a dictionary called student details. Here I am having name called Ram, age 20 and gender male. Let us see what will happen if I execute student details dot keys of, student details dot values of, and student details dot items of. First, when I am executing student details dot keys of, it is returning me keys which are present in this dictionary. They are name, age, and gender. These three are the keys. And when I executed values, it is returning dictionary values like Ram, 20, and male. When I am executing dictionary items, it is returning key value pairs together, name Ram, age 20, and gender. All the information it is returning. But if I want to get value of any specified key, then I can write, for example, I want to print name. I am writing student details, get name, and if I run it, I'll be able to print only the value for this specified key by using the method called get. For that we have few additional methods which are used to modify the values present inside the dictionary. They are update, set default, pop, pop item, clear, and delete. When it comes to update, update is used to modify any of the existing value, or it will completely add a new key value pair as well. For example, if you want to update any information specified to any particular key, then you can update that existing one, or also you can add any new key value pair by using update. When it comes to set default is used to add new key value pair, but it will not update any existing key. It cannot update any existing key value pairs. And pop, here in dictionary, pop is used to remove any specific key value pairs. For example, if I execute pop of name, it will remove that specified key value pair related to name. After that, pop item is used to remove the last element in the dictionary, last key value pairs in the dictionary. After that, clear is used to remove all the elements, and delete is used to delete the dictionary completely. Let me create a dictionary and let me show you how they are going to work. Here I am executing, I have a dictionary called student details. I am updating name from Ram to Ramu, and let us see what will happen. You can see the name called Ramu here. After that, set default is used to add a new element. For example, if I want to add course he enrolled for, if I execute it, it will create a new element into this particular dictionary, and it will create one more key value pair called course and data engineering. Let me execute until set default. Now you can see it added one more element called, one more key value pair called course with value data engineering. Now pop is used to remove any specified key value pair from the dictionary. I am removing course. If I run it, it will remove course from the key value pair. After that, pop item will remove any of the random key value pairs from the dictionary. When it comes to pop, it removed course, and when it comes to pop item, it removed gender and it returned only name and Ramu. Sorry, pop is used to remove any specified element, and pop item is used to remove the last key value pairs. The last key value pairs, which is nothing but of gender and male, it removes the last key value pair. After that, clear is used to empty the dictionary. If I perform clear, it will empty the dictionary completely. You can see the empty dictionary symbol here. And if I perform delete, it will remove the dictionary completely. Like it will not have even empty dictionary. Last, in functions and methods, we have functions and methods related to string. And we know that in string, elements are considered as characters. When it comes to remaining data structures, we will consider each word as an element. But when it comes to string, we will use each character as an element. And we can performing indexing and slicing on the string because they are ordered. Elements in a string are ordered. We can perform indexing and slicing. Now, when it comes to the functions that we use on the top of the string, we have functions like length, which is used to find the length of the string. We have functions like type, which is used to find the data type. These kind of functions we can use. And when it comes to the methods, we have methods like upper, which is used to convert the string into uppercase, lower, which is used to convert the string into lowercase, capitalize, which is used to capitalize the first word of a sentence. Title is used to capitalize each word of a sentence. After that, swap case is used to convert the uppercase into lowercase. After the we have function called a method called count, which is used to count of any specified elements. If a name contains a 5 times, then we can, if we mention count of a, it will return it as 5 as count repeated for 5 times. And index is used to find the position of any element. And similarly, find, when it comes to index, if element exists, it will return the position of that particular element. But if that element doesn't exist, it will return an error. But when it comes to find, if element is present, it will return the position of that particular element. Or if element doesn't exist, if element is not present, then it will return -1 instead of error. After that, we have split and join. Split is used to divide or separate a text based on any specified element or space, whatever the character that we are providing. After the strip is used to remove unwanted spaces or unwanted characters from the text. It works similarly like trim. After that, we will have some important functionality which is called as format. First, let me take a string. Let me take a string called name, and let me check both length and type. It is showing that Ramu is of 4 characters and it is of type string. Let me use few of the methods. Print name dot upper of is used to convert the text into uppercase. Similarly, lower of is used to convert the text into lowercase. Capitalize is used to convert the character into uppercase and rest first character into uppercase and remaining characters rest of the characters into lowercase. Title is used to capitalize first word of each first character of each word into uppercase. It will convert first character of each word into uppercase. Swap case will reverse the cases, like upper cases will convert lower cases and lower cases will convert into upper cases. After that, count we already discussed. It will find how many times this particular character got repeated. Index is used to find the position of this particular character, and if character doesn't exist, it will return error. If character is present, it will return the position of that particular character, or if character doesn't exist, it will return error. After that, find will return -1 if character doesn't exist, and if character exists, it will return the position. You can see all the functionalities, and A is repeated only once, and A is at position 1, and even while using find, I am using A. That's why it is written 1 again. If I try to find Z in the word called Ram, as Z doesn't exist, it will return -1. You can see here it is written -1. If I search for Z similarly by using index, it will return error instead of returning -1. As character doesn't exist, it will return error. After that, for suppose let us consider there are some additional spaces at the starting and end of the text. If I check the length now, if you can observe that the length of the text is 6 because 4 characters and 2 spaces. I added 1 space before the text and 1 space after the text. If we perform strip, it will remove all the additional spaces of the text. The strip will remove all the additional spaces. If we want to check like whether it removed those spaces or not, we can check the by using a function called length. Length, length of strip of name. You can see after stripping the name, the number of characters present in name are 4. Not only spaces, like if you have any additional special characters like stars or something additional commas that you want to remove, you can specify that character in between the parentheses in quotation marks. For example, if you mention that strip of star, if there are any additional stars mentioned on the text, like for example, this is like totally how many characters are there? 4 plus 6 stars. 10 characters are there. Length will be 10 and it is of string. You can see complete actions that we performed here. And after stripping it completely, you can see that the number of characters present are 4. I stripped it by using that star symbol, and after doing that, the number of characters are 4. After that, we have something called format. This format is used to add the text along with the variables. Like if you want to add the text along with variables, we need to use format. For example, I will take an input value. variable input. I will take two variables called name, where I will take variable from the function called input, and we know that this input function will by default accepts text value. Here I am mentioning the suggestion like enter a name or enter your name. After I am entering age equal to input of enter your age. Here, if you observe, I am printing my name is, and I opened a flower bracket and closed it, and my age is, and similarly I opened and closed this flower bracket. After that I kept a dot and I used format of, and I passed these two variables, name and age. Now this name and age will go and sit in corresponding flower brackets. First flower bracket is related to name, that's why name will go and sit here. After that age will go and sit here, and it will print my name is and the name that you entered from the input, and my age is and the age that you entered from the input. Or else you can do the same thing in another way. You can use format in short form as well. You can just mention f, and you can, within the quotation marks, you can enter this particular information. My name is, and you can mention the name over here, and my age is, and I can mention age over here. And this is how you can use format in two different ways. One is by mentioning format and you can pass variables through it. Second way is you can just mention f, and after that you can start your text in quotation marks. Both will work. Here I need to use flower braces. Sorry. Let me run it. It is asking for name. I am using Ramu, and it will ask for age, and I am giving 27. And if I run it, you can see both are returning the same output. You can use format in any of the ways while formatting the text. After functions and methods, we are going to learn about control flow in Python. When it comes to this control flow helps us to make some decision or make any task to work repeatedly in Python. To make some decisions in Python, we will use if-else conditional statements. And to make tasks repeatedly, or to make one particular task to execute repeatedly, we will use loops in Python. When it comes to this conditional flow or control flow, both these if-else conditions and loops are the backbone, and these are the backbone for the real programming as well. Whenever it comes to any programming language, like if you want to execute a block of code making some decisions, then you need to use if else conditions. And if you want any task to get executed repeatedly, then you need to use loops. This will be like a backbone for programming. First, let us discuss about what will be the syntax of this control flows. Like first, let us discuss about if else statements. In this, we will have two things: one for making decision, another for repeating same task. When it comes to the first thing, making decision, for making decisions, we will use conditional statements, or we can also call it as if else conditions or if else statements. And for repeating the same task, we will use loops. First, let us discuss about conditional statements. When it comes to this conditional statements, first we need to have idea on few terminologies. They are condition. We should write a condition which will return a Boolean output, which means this condition must return true or false. Based on this output of the condition, Python will make the decision to execute the current block of code or alternate block of code. Here, based on the output of this condition, we will have block of codes. If condition is true, it will execute one block of code. Which is present in if class. If condition is false, it will execute alternate block of code. This is a different code that need to be executed when condition is false. This will be present in else class. And here, along with this condition, we need to know about few other things, not only the if else conditions, we need to know about indentation. When it comes to this indentation is nothing but of spacing. Even this spacing plays a major role in Python. For example, you are writing if else condition and you wrote if and you wrote the condition. And what if that condition is true? For example, if this condition is true, you provided a condition like 10 greater than 5. 10 greater than 5 is true. As 10 is greater than 5, it will become true. What should it do? It need to execute a block of code when this condition is true. For example, you want to execute 10 is greater than 5. You want to print that print 10 is greater than 5. You want to print this. But whenever you are writing this print, that need to be execute when this condition is true, or this block of code that need to be executed when the given condition is true, this must be returned by providing some spaces. Both if class and the next line of code or block of code that need to be executed when the condition is true will not be at same position of starting. If class will start at one particular position, after that the block of code that need to be executed when if class is true, that need to be provided by providing some indentation or spacing. Only then this particular block of code will be executed whenever this condition is true only. Similarly for else class as well. Whenever you are writing else, you need to write else, and we need to provide alternative block of code with indentation. But both if and else will be at the same position of starting. But the block of codes that need to be executed based on the condition. If condition is true, it will execute the block of code in true class. If condition is false, it will execute the block of code in else class. Both the block of codes must be provided with proper indentation. And the result that you are printing, whether it is actual code or alternative block of code that you want to print, must be given the print statement. Okay, now let us try this if else conditions practically. Let me write a block of code. Let me provide a subheading called conditional flow. Let me print the same statement. Like, let me take a condition called 10 greater than 5. If 10 is greater than 5, let us print that 10 is greater than 5, else 10 is less than 5 or something. If 10 greater than 5 or 10 greater than 20. Here the condition 10 greater than 20 will return false. So as it is false, it will print the alternative block of code. If I run it, as 10 greater than 20 will return false. It will not print 10 greater than 20. It will print 10 is less than 20. You can observe here, both in if class and else class, the internal block of code that we need to provide when condition satisfies or if condition fails, must be provided with proper indentation, with proper spacing. Let me write another program where I will be taking two different numbers. When number 1 is greater than number 2, then it should return like this number is greater than this number, or it should return this number is less than this particular number. Let us see how it is going to work. I took number 1 as a variable. I am taking int of input of because by default input function will take string values as input, like whatever the data you enter, it will consider it as a string. And I am taking a text that need to be displayed while entering the number as enter first number and enter second number. After that, if number 1 is greater than number 2, I am printing number 1 is greater than number 2. Else, print number 2 is greater than number 1. Like here we are checking two different numbers. Both numbers will not be the same numbers. Let me run this code and let me enter the first number. I am giving first number as 10 and I will run it. After the second number, I will give it as 20. Here number 2 is greater than number 1. 20 is greater than 10. It should be printed. If I run it, you can see that it printed by 20 is greater than 10. Let us try few more examples. Let me take a example to check whether the number is positive or negative. Number equal to int of input of, and we are asking to enter a number. If number greater than 0, if number is greater than 0, then we are printing like number is positive, or else we are printing like number is negative. Let me give -2. It will print that -2 is a negative number. Let me take one more example which will check whether a given text is palindrome or not. For example, I will provide a word. If the word is same when we enter in straightly, or even if we write the same word in reverse, if it returns the same output. If we write any word from right to left or left to right, if it returns same word, it will be called as a palindrome. We can write a program to check whether the given word is palindrome or not. Let me write a program which checks whether the given word is a palindrome or not. Text input equal to input of enter the text. After that, I am checking if text input equal to text input and I am taking it in reverse. I am printing this word in reverse by using the concept called slicing and indexing, and by using -1 as step which will print the text in reverse. If text input is same as reverse of that particular text, then it will print the text is palindrome, or else it will print text is not a palindrome. I am giving word as mom. If I run it, mom is a palindrome. Let me execute it. Let me give dad and run it. Even dad is a palindrome. Let me run with any other words. I am giving Ram. Ram is not a palindrome because if we reverse the word, it will not be the same. Like this, if we want to make any decision and if we need to execute the code based on that particular decision, then we will use simple if else conditions. We can use multiple examples, like we can check whether the number is even or odd, or we can also check the voting eligibility. Like if person's age is greater than 18, then you can return that this particular person is eligible for vote, and if it is less than 18, not eligible for voting. These kind of examples you can try. What if when we need to check multiple conditions, if we have only one condition, whether true or false, based on the condition, if we want to return if a block of code when condition is true, or alternative block of code when condition is false, it is fine. What if when we have multiple conditions to check? For example, let me take a small example where I want to check whether the number is positive or negative or zero. If the number is zero, I don't want to return it as positive or negative. I want to return it as zero. If number is positive, then only I want to return it as positive. Or if number is negative, I want to return it as negative. Here we have three different things. Like we need to execute, we need to check multiple conditions. Let me write a small code for it. Number equal to int of input of. If number greater than zero, then I want to print number is positive. Elif is a condition which is used to check multiple conditions. By using the keyword called elif, we can check multiple conditions. Here, whenever we are using elif, it will check the conditions from top to bottom. Whenever any condition becomes true, it will skip the next ones to check. For example, if number greater than 0, it becomes true, then it will execute that number is positive and it will skip the remaining part of code. For example, if first condition fails, then it will check the second condition and it will check whether the number is less than 0. If number is not greater than 0, then only it will check whether the number is less than 0. If number is less than 0, then it will provide that number is a negative number. If both conditions are failed, like if number is not greater than 0 or less than 0, then it means it is equal to 0. Then it will return that number is 0. I'm giving number as 0. It is returning that 0 is 0. If I give number as -10, it is giving that -10 is a negative number. Like if you want to execute or if you want to check multiple conditions and if you want to execute any block of code based on more than one condition, then we need to use elif statement. Let us solve a problem here which will help to calculate a travel fare based on the kilometers or distance traveled. For example, if someone traveled up to 10 kilometers, charges are like 15 rupees per kilometer. Like if someone travels more than 10 kilometers, like if someone want to travel 50 kilometers or 60 kilometers, it will be like, if it is up to 100 kilometers, then it will be like 10 rupees per kilometer. After first 10 kilometers, it will be 10 rupees per kilometer. For example, if you want to travel 1,000 kilometers after 100 kilometers, it will become 5 rupees per kilometer. Let us consider this will be the charging. If you want to travel only up to 10 kilometers, it will be like 15 rupees per kilometer. If you want to travel for 100 kilometers, it will be like you you will be paying 15 rupees per kilometer for first 10 kilometers. After that, remaining 90 you will pay 10 rupees per kilometer. If you are exceeding 100 kilometers range, then you will be paying 15 rupees per kilometer for first 10 kilometers. 90 for next 90 kilometers, you will be paying 10 rupees per kilometer. And after that, whatever the distance exceeded 100 kilometers, then you will be paying 5 rupees per kilometer. This is how you need to calculate the fare and you need to print the total fare amount. Let me write a program for it. I'm taking a variable called distance travel. I'm taking int of input of enter the distance traveled, and if distance traveled is less than 10 kilometers, your travel fare is distance traveled into 15 rupees. Like if it is less than or equal to 10 kilometers, you have to pay 15 rupees per kilometer. If distance traveled is less than 100 kilometers, then your travel fare is 150, 150 rupees, or you can also write 10 into 15. Like because for first 10 kilometers, you will be paying 15 rupees. And for remaining kilometers that you travel, which is less than or equal to 100 kilometers, you will be paying 10 rupees per kilometer. And we are subtracting the 10 kilometers that we already added here. For first 10 kilometers, we are paying 15 rupees per kilometer. That's why we subtracted 10 kilometers from the distance traveled, and for the remaining kilometers, we are charging 10 rupees per kilometer. If distance travel is less than or equal to 1000, in that particular case, or else like if we don't want to keep it as less than or equal to 1000, if we don't want to restrict, we can directly take else condition, like which means if distance traveled is exceeding 100 kilometers, your total fare is like 10 rupees for sorry 15 rupees for first 10 kilometers, and for next 90 kilometers it will be 10 rupees. After that, for remaining kilometers it will be 5 rupees. We will add the whole thing and we will get the total fare. If I execute it, for example, if I enter the distance as 1200 kilometers, the total fare will be 6550 rupees. If I travel only 30 kilometers, it will be 350. If I travel only 10 kilometers, it will be 150. Like this, you can write a program which can calculate the total fare based on the distance traveled. This is how we can use else if conditions whenever elif conditions whenever we have multiple conditions to check. Now we have one more question. Like here you have to write a code in such a way you have to check condition one first. Only when condition one is true, then you need to check condition. Only when condition one is true, or only when condition one satisfies, then only you need to check condition two. This kind of program or this kind of conditional statement is called as nested condition. Here we will write code in such a way we will check we will place if statement within another if statement. and we will check the inner condition only when outer condition is. Let me take a user page here where user need to sign in or sign in page. Where I want to check entered user ID is correct or not. If user ID is incorrect, directly I want to return invalid user ID. Only when user ID is correct, in the next step, I want to verify the password. Now, when both user ID and password are correct, then I will go into page, sign in into page, or I will execute login, or I will run login successfully. If user ID is incorrect, then I will execute invalid user ID at the beginning. If password is incorrect in the internal block of code, I will enter invalid password. Let us write a program like this by using nested condition. Let me write a code. First, I need to take two variables like user ID and password. User ID equal to I'm taking user ID as Tarun Challa and password. Password equal to I'm storing some password I'm giving password as Tarun123. Now I want to take inputs from the users and I need to check whether the given user ID is same as this particular user ID and given password is same as this particular password. Let me write the code for it. User ID input equal to input of enter your user ID. And I will take password input equal to input of enter the password. Okay. I am storing user ID and password somewhere, whether this data is coming from database or you are storing it somewhere else. Currently, I'm storing them as a variables to cross check the program. I'm taking both user ID and password as input, and these are already stored inside the database or variables. Now, based on the input values, I want to check whether the stored values is same as input values or not. If user ID input is same as user ID, if user ID is input is same as user ID, then the condition will become true. If the condition is true, then I need to check password here. If password input is same as the password in the database, then I want to return that login is successful. Else, this else I am writing for inner if else condition. For this particular thing I am writing. Here you need to be sure about indentation, the spacing that you are providing while writing the code. For the if else condition, like if for the inner if else condition, I am writing else block of code. Here the user ID is already correct, and then we are checking the password. If password is correct, then we are entering that login is successful. If password is wrong, else condition means password is not matching. Input is not equal to password that is already stored. Then I am printing invalid password. Else. Else condition, this else condition is for outer block of code where we are checking user ID first. If user ID is matching, then we will check the password. If user ID itself is incorrect, then we will return invalid user ID. This will be the program. If I run it, it will ask to enter user ID. I am giving Tarun Challa as user ID. I will run it, and it is asking for password as user ID is correct. Then I am giving incorrect password. I am giving Ramu as password. If I run it, it is showing that invalid password or password incorrect. Whatever the message that we want, we can give it. Like I am changing it to password incorrect. Let me rerun the code. It is asking for user ID. I am giving Tarun Challa, and it is asking for password. I will enter Tarun 123. And there is no space between Tarun and 123. Tarun 123, and I will click on enter. It is returning login successfully. This is how we can write a program which can verify the credentials like user ID and password by using nested if else condition. And you can write a program to check driving license eligibility or driving eligibility. First, you need to check whether the age of the customer or age of the candidate is greater than or equal to 18. After that, you need to check whether he holds driving license or not. If age is greater than 18 and driving license is available, then you need to return he is eligible to drive, or else you need to return like only if driving license is not available but age is greater than 18, then you need to provide like you need to have a license to drive. If age is less than 18, in that particular case you need to return like you are not eligible to drive. If first condition fails, directly you need to provide that you are not eligible to drive. But if first condition is successful and second condition fails, then you need to return you need a license to drive if both conditions are true, or if both conditions satisfy, then you need to return you are eligible to drive. You can try this particular check by using nested if else condition. As a part of control flow, we discussed about conditional statements, where we discussed about if else conditions or nested if else or elif condition. These kind of statements we discussed and how to use them. And if in another part, if we want to repeat the same task, we need to use loops. Loops are used whenever we want to make the set of instruction to execute multiple times without writing them again and again. If you have a set of instructions, or if you have a program, and if you want to execute the same set of instruction multiple times without writing it again and again, then we will use loops. When it comes to loops, there are two different types of loops in Python. They are for loop and while loop. First, let us discuss about for loop. Before discussing about for loop, we need to discuss about a keyword called iterator. Iterator is nothing but of an object like a variable where it can store multiple values and which allows to pass over each element of that particular object. For example, we have list. List is a iterator. Tuple. Tuple is a iterator. We have string. String is also a iterator. In a list, we can pass through each element of a list. Similarly, tuple, similarly, string. Similarly, even we can have a range of values. Like if it is allowed to pass through each and every value, then it is called as an iterator. When it comes to for loop, if we want to execute or if we want to run any code through an iterator, then we will use for loop. If we want to execute block of code on each value of iterator, then we will use for loop. For example, here I have list of numbers. Consider that I have list of numbers called 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I want to find the square of each numbers. What is 1 square? What is 2 square? What is 3 square? What is 4 square? And what is 5 square? Then I can use for loop. For loop always executes within the known range of elements. While executing the loop, it knows how many times it is going to run. Here I have 5 different elements in this list. If I want to find the square of each element of the list, then for loop already knows that it have 5 elements. It will execute the same block of code repeatedly for 5 times. Okay. Now what we will do in this for loop means, like, we will take a collection where we have multiple elements inside it, and we will take each item of that particular element of that collection. We will take each element of collection or sequence, and we will store that particular element into an item. This item is nothing but of variable which will store one particular value. We will store each element of a collection into an item, and we will perform the operation on the top of this item. For example, here I have a list which contains values called 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5. Now when I pass through each element of the item, like, first this item contains the value called 1, I will perform 1 square. After that, this item will contain value called 2, I will perform 2 square. Like that, it will pass over each and every value of a collection, and we can perform the operation on the top of item which stores one value at a time. Let us try a for loop in our collab notebook. We must know about iterators, we must know about item, and let us see how to write the syntax of for loop and how to perform square of each number in a list. I am taking a variable called list of numbers. Here I am going to have values called 1 to 5 in range 1 to 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now I will use the syntax of for loop where I will take for item in range, for number in list of numbers. Here in is a membership operator which will take each element and store inside this particular variable or item. For number in list of numbers, print, we need to find square of the number power 2. Here what we are doing means, first I declared a variable and I stored a list inside it. After that, I used for loop which will iterates over each value present in the list, and I am storing each value of this list in a variable called or in an item called number, and I am taking the printout of each number, and it will run across each value of the list, and it will find the square root of each of the number. If I run it, it will print the squares of each number present in the list. You can see it printed each number which is present in the list. Similarly, if you want to have these outputs in the form of list, because you are providing a list and you want the output as well in the form of list. If you want to find the square root of numbers present in the list, even if you are thinking that your output must be a list, then in that particular case, you can declare an empty list. List of squares equal to, and you can declare an empty list. And instead of printing number square here, we can use a method called append, which is used to add the element into a list. List of numbers that append of number square, and I am printing list of numbers. Sorry, we need to append to list of squares, not numbers. And I want to print the same list of squares over here. Now, if I run it, you can see the output is in the form of list now. Like similarly, even if you want to print range of numbers one after another, for example, if somebody gave you task to print first 100 numbers, in that particular case, you can write a small for loop. Just you can write for number in range 1,101 print of number. If you run this particular code, it will print all the values from 1 to 100. Let me make it 10 to make it short. You can see the sequence of numbers from 1 to 10. Similarly, we have one more loop called while loop. When it comes to for loop, you ran this particular for loop over an object, and you know how many times you are going to execute this particular for loop. You know what is the count of elements in that particular iterator or in that particular object, and you will have idea how many times you are going to execute it. But while loop runs on the top of a condition. It runs a code on the top of a condition. The code will be keep on running until the condition is true. If you provide a condition and if you want this loop to be executed until that condition is true, this while loop will be running until the condition is true. If your condition returns true all the time, then it will become infinite loop. If your condition is returning true value all the time without returning false, then it will become infinite loop. Whenever you are writing this particular while loop, we need to remember three different conditions. Like we need to remember three different things as a part of syntax. The first thing is starting value. Second thing is stop condition. Third thing is incremental step. Okay. First, when it comes to start value, you need to provide or you need to declare a variable by indicating one particular start value by storing it inside the variable. And you will use it as a part of while loop. And stop condition, like you should provide a condition which returns true or false until the condition is true. It will continue executing the loop again and again. Once the condition is false, it will stop executing the loop. And incremental step, this is very important. For example, first here you want to print something, or for example my task is I want to print a name for 10 times. I want to print a name for 10 times. First, what I will do, I will declare a start value, which means I am printing the name for first time. I will give value called 1. And I will provide a condition called where start value less than or equal to 10, which means until this start value becomes 10. Whenever currently the start value is 1, first it will while loop will execute considering that start value is 1. After that, you are checking whether start value is less than or equal to 10. 1 is less than or equal to 10. The condition is true. Then it will execute the statement whatever you pass. It will execute the block of code whatever you want to run. After that, you want to provide incremental step definitely. If you don't provide incremental step, then this loop will become infinite loop. Always start value will be 1. It will check the condition. It will become true and it will keep on executing and it will become infinite loop. So here I will provide increment step like start value equal to plus equal to, which is used to add same value to itself, start value plus 1. Start value equal to start value plus 1. Now what will it become? First time whenever it execute the code, start value is 1 and 1 is less than or equal to 10, condition is true, it will execute the code. Along with that, it will change the value present in the variable called start value. Now start value equal to start value plus 1, which means start value became 2. Now 2 is less than or equal to 10. Condition is true. Now it will execute the block of code or program and it will again increase one number to start value. Now it will become value present in the variable start value will become 3. Like that, after completion of each execution of this particular while loop, we will be adding one particular value to start value. The start value keep on increasing until it becomes 10. The loop will be executing. Once when our start value become equal to start value, condition will become true as we provided less than or equal to. Even when it is equal to, condition will become true. It will execute the loop, and whenever the start value adds one number to it, it will become 11. And whenever the start value is 11, start value less than or equal to 10 will become false because start value contains the value called 11. So it will execute the same block of code for some 10 times and it will stop executing after the 10th time because condition will fail. Because while loop will execute the same block of code until the condition fails. If the condition is true, it will keep on executing. If condition is true always, it will become infinite loop. It will execute the same block of code until the condition fails. Once the condition is failed, it will stop executing that loop. Let us try some examples on while loop. Start value, stop condition, and increment are mandatory things that we have to remember while creating a while loop. I want to write a program that prints a name for 10 times. First, I am creating start value, start underscore value equal to 10. Start value is 1. And I am providing while condition. While in this while loop, I am providing the condition. Start value less than or equal to 10 until the start value is less than or equal to 10. Whenever this condition is true, it will always execute the block of code that you are providing inside it. If the condition is true, I want to print name called Tarun. I want to print my name. Also, we need to provide the incremental condition. If you don't provide incremental condition, always start value will be 1 and start value less than or equal to 10 will become true always and it will become infinite loop. Start value plus 1. and you have to remember the indentation. Once I run this particular code, you can see that name got printed for 10 different times. Now let me write a program which will print list of names, names present in the list one after another. Based on the index of that particular list. First, I am taking list of names. List of names are Ram, Sana, and Beam, and I am providing start value as 0 because indexing always starts from 0. Here, the index for the name Ram is 0. For Sana, it is 1, and Beam is 2. While start value less than length of list of names. Length of list of names is length will return number of values present in or number of elements present in the list. In this particular list, there are 3 different elements. They are Ram, Sana, and B. Length will be 3 here. While start value less than 3, I am printing print list of names of start value. Here, for example, if start value is 0, it will print first name. After that, if start value is 1, it will print second name. After that, if start value is 2, list of names of 2 is Beam. And whenever start value is 3, I am checking that start value should always be less than length of list of names, which is 3. Condition will fail. Whenever start value becomes 3, it will not be less than 3. Condition fails and it will stop the execution of list. This is how I can print the list of names one after another. Now we have few more things that we must be aware of whenever we are executing these loops. They are continue, break, when it comes to continue will skips that particular iteration when the condition is met, and it will execute the remaining block of code. Only whenever the condition is met, it will skip that particular execution and it will execute the rest of code as usual. When it comes to break will stop the iteration when the condition is satisfied. It will stop the code or stop the iteration when a condition is satisfied. Let us try how these things are going to help by seeing some examples. For example, I have a list of numbers. I have numbers from 1 to 10. Out of this 1 to 10, I want to print only first 5 names. Here I have list of numbers, and I am using for loop here for number in list of numbers. My condition is whenever the number is 5, I want to stop the execution of the loop. Until 5, I need to print all the numbers. If number is equal to 6, first it will go to the number called 1. What will this for loop do? It will iterate across each element present in the list. First it will go to the number called 1, after that 2, after that 3, after that 4, after that 5. After that it will go to 6. Until I go to 5, I need to execute the list normally because I want to print the list of 5 numbers. Oh, sorry, print the first 5 numbers. Whenever it goes into the number called 6, I need to break the execution, and I will print the number. Whenever number equal to 6, I am breaking the execution of this loop. I am stopping the code completely, and I am printing the numbers until then. If I run this particular code, you can see that I will be able to print values up to 5. Similarly, let me tell you one more example. Print only odd numbers between 1 to 10. I want to print only odd numbers between 1 to 10. Either I can take this 1 to 10 numbers as a list or range, whatever it might be. Let me take list of numbers again. Let me take this 1 to 10 numbers. As I have list of numbers, I can use for loop for number in list of numbers, which will iterate through each number present in the list. If number modular division 2, this modular division will returns the remainder equal to 0. If modular division returns 0, which means it is perfectly divisible by 2. If number is perfectly divisible by 2, it is called as even number. Then I want to continue. Continue will skips that block of execution whenever the condition satisfies. First, I am going to each element of the list, and I am checking whether that element is perfectly divisible by 2 or not. If it is perfectly divisible by 2, then I want to skip the execution. If it is not perfectly divisible by 2, then in that case, I want to print number. Let me run this code. You can see it is printing all the odd numbers. This is about continue and break. After that, we are going to discuss about nested loop. Similarly, like nested if conditions, if we are using nest loop within another loop, is called as nested loop. Let us consider I have a nested list and I want to combine all the values in the nested list into a single list. I have nested list equal to, let me take values up to 9, which contain 3 different lists again. 1, 2, 3 in one particular list. After that, 4, 5, 6 in another list. And 7, 8, and 9 in another list, inner list. First, I created a list. This list, outer list contains only 3 elements, and inner list, and 3 of them are the lists again. And each of the inner list contain 3 elements again. Now I want to combine all the values present in this list and I want to make it as a single list which contains values from 1 to 9. Let me take a variable called single list and let me take an empty list, and now let me start the looping. Let me take a for loop as I have list of values for inner list in nested list. Here what I am doing, I am taking each inner list from a nested list. Here nested list is nothing but of complete outer list. This outer list contains 3 different lists within it as its elements. That's why I'm fetching each list by using for loop, and I am naming that item as inner list. For inner list in nested list, which will take each list at a time. After that, for number in inner list, first what I am doing, I am passing through this nested list and I am fetching each element. First element is this first list where I have values called 1, 2, 3. Currently I consider that I have values called 1, 2, 3 in inner list item, and from that I am taking number in inner list. I am writing one more for loop which is used to iterate across the elements in the inner list, and I am providing a variable called item. Sorry, I am providing an item called number, and I am passing each element of that inner list into that particular number. Here, considering that I have 1, 2, 3 in inner list on first iteration. Here my number will be 1 in first iteration. From this particular inner list, it is taking first number. Now what I need to do, I need to append this particular number to single list. Single list dot append of number. After that, I want to print this single list. Now, if I run this particular code, it will convert this 3 nested lists into one particular single list, and it will print all the values as a form of single list. This we are able to achieve by using nested loop. After discussing about control flow, now we are going to discuss about functions. Functions are of two different types. They are system defined and user defined functions. These functions are standalone tools which are used to carry some particular functionality where we can reuse a block of code. These are used to perform some tasks or operations. These are standalone or independent tools. Like we already executed a lot of functions, like they don't need any reference of an object, whereas methods need reference of an object, but functions does not need any reference. This will store a block of code, and we can reuse that particular block of code whenever we want. This will store a block of code, and we can reuse that block of code whenever we need. For example, let us consider we have a number or we have an input value. Based on that input, we need to perform some customized calculation. For example, you are given three numbers as input, and you have to perform some operation for those three numbers, and you need to return the result. How can you do it? Either you can do it manually, or by using function we can do it. Or if you want to find square of any number, how can you do it? Like if you have operators, like you can perform directly, or you can also define a function. Like if you want to create a function, we need to use a keyword called def, and we can create function by providing its name. We will define a function in Python. Along with this keyword called def, we need to know about few more terminologies called parameter. Parameter is used to take values as input. While defining function along with its name, we will also provide what are the parameters that need to execute that particular function inside the parenthesis. And we will write it. Let us create a function that adds three numbers. Let us consider that adds three numbers. First, let me take the keyword called def, and after that, I will provide function name. Function name is add three numbers. I am providing function name as add three numbers, and I am providing what are the parameters that are required to calculate to perform this particular operation. I want to take three numbers as input. And here I will provide return whenever we execute this particular number. I want to return number one plus number two plus number three. And I am executing this particular function. So I am just providing add three numbers of, and I am passing parameters 1, comma 2, comma 3. For 1 will be belonging to number 1, 2 will be belonging to number 2, and 3 will be belonging to number 3. Now, if I run this particular function, it will add all the three numbers and it will return the output. Now you can see that here it is returning the value called 6. Here we need to understand difference between print and return also. When it comes to print, print is just used to display the output. When it comes to return, return will returns the value either as output or will pass output into variable, which means we can use the return value again and again. Whatever the values that we are returning, we can use it again and again. If we are printing that particular value, it will print the data only for that particular instance. It will just display the output. That's all. When it comes to return, return can display the output and it also can pass the value into some other object. Now let me create one more function which will calculate product of all numbers which are given in a list. Here I need to take list as an input. I will provide def product of list, and I will take input parameters as list of numbers. First, I am taking an initializer. I am taking a variable and I am storing a value called 1 inside it. I am taking a variable called product and I am taking a value called 1 inside it. And I am using for loop to iterate between each value in the list of numbers. I am taking for number in list of numbers, which is used to iterate in between all the numbers, and product equal to product into number. I am taking product into equal to number, which will take as product equal to product into number. And I am returning the value of product whatever is available. Here initializer, I am taking it as 1 because whenever we are performing product or multiplication, make sure that your initializer is 1 or your starting value or default value that you are taking for a variable is 1. Because if you multiply any number with 0 by taking initializer as 0, automatically the whole product will become 0. If you are multiplying any number with 0, it will become 0 completely. So make sure that your initializer is 1. If you are multiplying with any number with 1, it will be the same number only. So you have to take it as 1, and I am passing product of list and I am passing this particular list as the input. Now if I run this particular function, it is returning that 120 is the total product. 1 into 2 equal to 2, 2 into 3 equal to 6, 6 into 4, 24, 24 into 5, 120. The total product is 120. This is how we can create customized functions and we can perform some operations on the top of it. Now here we have a challenge, like what if we don't know how many elements that we are going to pass into that particular function. Here in the first function, I have 3 elements, like where I am passing 3 values as parameter. When it comes to second function, I am taking a list and I am iterating through the list. Now, for example, I have some function and I don't know how many values I am going to have. If I am going to get 10 different values, I have to add all the 10 values. If I am going to get 30 different values, I have to add all the 30 values. If I am going to get 100 values, I am going to add all the 100 values. That can be a scenario. Now, how can you do it? Let us see that. Whenever we don't know the number of inputs that we are going to pass inside the function, then we will use flexible function arguments. These are of 2 different types. They are args and kwargs. When it comes to args are used to take variable number of arguments and it will collect them as tuple. If you want to pass multiple values, like if you pass 3 values or 4 values or 5 values or 6 values, whatever the number of values that you pass, it will collect all the values and it will convert them into a tuple. When it comes to kwargs also can take variable number of keyword arguments. These will convert, or these will collect them into a dictionary. Now let us see how we can use args inside a function and kwargs inside a function. For example, you need to perform sum of numbers that pass as a input. Create a function that calculates sum of numbers. We don't know how many numbers that we are going to pass. First, I took diff and I took function name as sum of numbers and I provided asterisk and args, which is used to represent variable number of parameter, and it will take that multiple input values as a tuple. First, I am taking a variable which is an initializer, which will take default value as 0. As I am performing sum, like 0 plus any number will become that particular number only. So I am taking sum equal to 0, and for number in args, sum plus equal to, which will take as sum equal to sum plus that particular number which we are iterating across the tuple, and ultimately I want to return the sum value. Here I am passing numbers called 1 2 3 4 5, and what is the total? 6 10, and it should return the total called 15. See, now even if I pass any number of values, for example, if I pass one more value called 10, it will perform the sum and it will give total value. I am giving one more value called thumb. It is calculating sum of all the numbers and it is returning the total value. Here you don't have restriction on number of parameters that you are passing. Similarly, whenever you want to pass key value pairs, then you need to use kwargs. Let me show you how we can use kwargs. I'm just giving the name of the function as kwargs function, and I have to take kwargs as parameter by providing two stars. Then when it comes to this dictionaries, if you want to get key value pair out from a dictionary, we have to use the method called items. If you want to print something from a dictionary, then you have to, like, if you want to print both key value pairs, then you have to use the method called items. Here I am going to use that particular method for key comma value in kwargs dot items, because items is a method which will return both key and value. Print. Here I am just printing the key values, key comma value. I am just printing key comma value, and I'm taking a function called kwargs function, and I am taking name as Tarun and age equal to 25. Just I am printing name and age in return. That's it. You can see I am printing both name and age. I'm just pausing and I'm printing. I'm just showing like how we can take even key value pairs as an input into a function. After kwargs, now let us discuss about new way of creating functions, which is nothing but of lambda functions. When you want to create any function which have only one expression, and you can take any number of arguments or any number of parameters, then we will use a keyword called lambda, and we can create that particular small function by using a single line of code. For example, I want to find a square of a number. Just I can take a function called square, and I can write lambda, and my argument or parameter is number, and I want to perform number square, number power of. That's all. Like here, I'm taking a kind of variable which is nothing but a function name equal to, I am using a keyword called lambda, which is used to create a function within a single line of code which can hold only one expression. Here I mentioned lambda and the parameter that I want to provide as input, and I provided the expression that it need to perform. I ran this particular function. After running that particular function, now I can use square directly. If I just execute square of 10, it will automatically return me 100. Even we can pass multiple arguments. For example, if I want to add two numbers, I'm taking a function called add two numbers, add two num. and I'm taking lambda, and my parameters are number 1 and number 2, and I want to perform number 1 plus number 2, which is my expression. If I run it and if I just provide add two numbers of 10 comma 20, it should return 30 as output. You can see it is adding two numbers. Like that, any function that can have only one expression can be created by using the keyword called lambda within a single line of code. Instead of defining a function or instead of writing multiple lines of code, by using lambda, we can just write a function, create a function of one expression in a single line of code. For example, I want to check whether a number is positive or negative or even or odd. For example, I want to check whether a number is even or odd. I am giving function name as even odd check, and I am taking lambda, and I will be taking number as input. Even if number modular 2 equal to 0, which means if modular division is performed on number and if it is returning 0, then it will be even, else odd. If I run this and if I just provide even or even odd check, and if I'm providing 10 as number, it will return even. Similarly, like we can take any number of examples, like we can check whether a word is palindrome or not. We already did it by using functions. Similarly, we can do it in lambda function as well. Similarly, we can check whether a number is positive, negative, or zero. We can try any number of functions which contain only one expression. And that's about the keyword called lambda. After that, we are going to discuss about a function called map function. When it comes to this map function, it is used to map a function to each element of an iterable. For example, we have an iterable called list or tuple or dictionary, whatever it might be. And it will have, for example, let me take a list of numbers. And that list have five numbers. And I want to apply function, any function. For example, I have a function called square, which is used to find the square of a number. I want to apply square for an each element of a list. Instead of using any loops or instead of using any iteration, I want to automatically go to each element of a list and I want to apply that particular function. For that, we can use map. For example, I want to find square of list of values. Let me take first list of numbers. And my list contains 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. I have 5 numbers in a list, and I want to perform square for it. To perform square, I already have a function called square, so I am writing print of map of. I have a function called square. This map will take two inputs. First input must be the function that you need to apply, and second input will be the iterable or any object that can store multiple values. First is I am providing my function called square, and I am giving list of numbers. By default, if you just provide map and if you write just square of numbers, it will provide the output in map format only. But while printing the output, we have to convert it into list. If you provide list of map of, and if you provide the information completely, it will provide the output as list. Whenever I run the query, you can see this map function automatically applies the square to each element of the list and it return the complete out. Here we need not to use any loops where we can go through each element of the list or iterate through each element of the list. Instead of I am using only a map function which will automatically applies the function to every element in the list. Like not only on numbers, we can perform it on the top of text as well. Let us consider I have list of names and I want to convert them into uppercase. First, I will take a variable and I will try to create a lambda function. Convert upper lambda and name will be the input and I want to perform name dot upper of, which is a method I am using to convert it into uppercase. After that, I took list of names where I have Ram, Sana, and Beam as names, and I am using print of list of map. Convert upper is a function which is used to convert data into uppercase, and I am providing the iterable as the second object, which is nothing but of list of names. If I run it, automatically all the elements present in the list will be converted into uppercase. That's how map can apply function on an iterable for each element. Next, we are going to discuss about a function called filter. Filter is used to filter elements from an iterable or from an any of the object which can store multiple values based on a function that returns Boolean output. Boolean output in the sense true or false. and it returns output in the form of filter object, and we need to convert it again into list format before printing. Let me take the example to find the list of even numbers or find the list of odd numbers. First, let me create a function that checks whether the number is even or odd. Number modular division 2 equal to 0. If it is equal to 0, then it is even and it will return true, or else it will return odd. Let me run it. Also, let me write check even of 4 and let me execute it. It is returning true as 4 is even number. Now I can write a filter function which will filter only even numbers from a list. I'm taking 1 to 6 numbers. And I will be taking filter function. Similarly, like map, the even for the filter function, first we need to provide the function name along with the iterable object name. Filter check even list of numbers. Like check even will return true or false based on the number. If it is even number, it will return true. So all the even numbers will be printed. You can see only the even numbers will be printed here. Similarly, you can write a function to check to return odd values as well. Even if you directly want to write this code in single line as well, we can write in a way. Instead of creating a separate function also directly as a first instance, you can give the complete logic of a function as well. Here, instead of creating some function separately, I'm directly entering the logic of a function. Even though if I run, it will return the same result. After filter, the next type of function that we will use regularly is reduce function. As the title says, like reduce function, if you want to make any iterable object, or if you want to reduce the size of any iterable object into a smaller thing, then we will use a function called reduce function. For example, if you have a list of numbers and if you want to convert it into a single number, like by adding it or by multiplying all the elements in a list. Whenever we have multiple values in an iterable, and if you want to convert them into a single element, like even if it is a text, if you have multiple values, multiple names inside a list, and if you want to convert it into a single name, or if you have multiple words and by combining those words you can form a sentence, if you want to combine them and if you want to form it as a sentence, then you can use this reduce function. The main aim is, like, if you have multiple values, you can compress it into a single value, you can reduce it into a single value. This particular reduce function will be available in module called function tools. We need to import it. From function tools, import reduce. After importing, we can use it. Now, if I want to find the sum of all elements available in a list using reduce, let us see how I can do. First, I will take list of numbers. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I am taking it as list of functions. Here I am providing reduce lambda of number 1 comma number 2, and I am adding number 1 comma number 2 here, which means I am mentioning that always add elements inside the iterable, and I am providing the iterable details. If I run it, automatically it will add all the elements inside the list, and it can provide a single value. Even we can check product. You can provide lambda, you can create lambda function here, or you can use any of the existing lambda functions as well. If I provide multiply here, it will become product. Product is 120. Even we can perform the same operation on the top of text as well. I'm taking list of words as Python. Second word is. Third word I am taking easy. I am just taking it as Python is easy. Currently, I have three different elements inside this particular list, and I want to combine all the elements and I want to make it as a single word. I am using reduce function. Along with that, I am taking lambda word 1 comma word 2. I am passing that word 1 plus word 2. Always first word must be added to the next word. After that, the existing word must be added to the next word. And I am providing the iterable like list of words, and I am adding in such a way word 1 plus space plus word 2, as I need space between each word in a sentence. You can see it is returning like Python is easy as a single sentence. This is how we can collapse a sequence or multiple values into one value using a function called reduce. After that, we have something called comprehensions. This comprehension is nothing but of it is an easy or simple way of creating new sequence like list or set or dictionary from an existing sequence. For example, you have list of all the values. Like if you have list of values from 1 to 1000 and you want another list where values should be greater than 500, which means you need data only which is greater than 500. In the first list you have values from 1 to 1000, and in the second list you want values from which are greater than 500. Automatically, like instead of creating that particular list manually again, or instead of writing lengthy codes, by using comprehensions you can write a small code and you can get the whole information again. And here the logic for this particular comprehension will be: first we need to provide an expression from iterable or item, expression for expression for item, in iterable, or expression for element in iterable, and we need to provide condition, if else condition. Let me show you an example. For example, here I have a requirement: get values greater than 500 into a separate list. Just I am taking list of values where I have values like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 6, 7, 8, and 900. Now I want to, instead of writing program like this, like instead of checking by using for loop and all, I will just write a comprehension which can get the values which are greater than 500 just by using a single line of code. Number. Here my expression is just I want to print the number. For number. In list of values. Here number in list of values means it is taking each element in the list of values and it is not performing any transformation. Like directly it is taking it is printing that number. Number for number in list of values. It's number greater than 500. Number that greater than 500, then just print the number from list of values. Now if I run it, you can see it is printing all the numbers which is greater than 500. Like if you want to perform some task here, for example, you want to find the square of numbers which are bigger than 500, like you want to get square of numbers. Instead of just giving your expression as number, you can write it as number square. Here I am taking it as number square, which will just find the square of this particular number. Just if we run it, you can see here. First I am taking, I am just printing. Let me print as a new block of code so that the output will be different, or else we can pass it into a variable and we can also print it separately, but let me print it separately. You can see here, if I am just giving my expression as number, it is printing the same number. Or if I am changing, if I am performing some calculation as well, it can perform some calculation and it is returning the list again. Even by using this comprehensions, easily we can print the list of even numbers or list of odd numbers that you want. Or if you want to fetch a range of numbers, like if you want to print all the even or odd numbers which are in between 1 and 100, then you can easily print by using this particular comprehension. Let me show you how I can print list of all even numbers which are in range of 1 to 100. Number for number in range. Here I am using a function called range instead of providing any list or something as input, because even range will generate the values in a sequence. I'm taking 1 comma 101 as start and end index. I want to take the range of numbers between 1 to 100. For number for number in range 1 to 100, if number modular division to equal to 0, which means if number is perfectly divisible by 0, then I want to print that particular number, which means I want to print only even numbers as number is perfectly divisible by. Here you can see all the even numbers between 1 and 100. If I just provide 1 and 10, even though it can provide it. You can see 2, 4, 6, 8. If I provide 11, it will include 10 as well. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This is how you can write a simple readable code, and you can perform some actions very easily by using comprehension. We can't have tuple comprehensions because tuples are immutable. It will not work on the top of tuple. After functions, next we are going to learn about the concept called OOPS. The full form of OOPS is Object Oriented Programming System. When it comes to OOPS, OOPS is a programming approach where everything is built around an object. We will create an object and everything will be built around an object, and it helps to organize the code cleanly and reuse the same code again and again, and it also helps in understanding code easily, and we can maintain, even if you want to update the existing codes, you can manage that code very easily. It's a programming approach which is used to organize, easy to understand, and maintain. And we can also reuse the code. These are the benefits of this particular programming approach. When it comes to the OOPS, this OOPS have four main pillars. They are encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction. These are the four pillars of the OOPS, which have each of them have a different functionality. And whenever we write any program using this OOPS, using this particular approach, this program will be built based on four different components. They are class, object, variable, and method. When it comes to class is nothing but of the complete outer design of the OOPS or your program. It is like a blueprint, or it is like outer sketch. Like within the class, you can have any number of objects. Like in a house, you can have any number of rooms, right? Based on the design. Like that, this class is a outer blueprint. After that, object is nothing but of the real existence of your class. Like whenever you are creating a class, you are just drawing a blueprint. After that, whenever you want that to implement, like if you are implementing that particular class, you can implement it through the object, which means your real construction. For example, if you take house and as an example, class is nothing but of blueprint or a drawing of the construction, which will be under planning process. After that, object is nothing but of the real construction. After that, variable helps to add properties to your object. And these properties can be changed dynamically, like house color, what are the interiors that you are using, what kind of house, like what are the properties for that house you have, like what kind of ventilation you are providing, whatever the things which can be changed dynamically, like which can be taken dynamically, will be passed through variables. After that, method is nothing but a function. Whenever you are writing some calculations or whenever you are performing some actions, then you need to create function. If you are creating separately, it will be called as a function, but if you are creating within this oops concept, then it will be called as a method. Let me write a small code which will help you to understand how to write the syntax of a oops. For example, I will write a program to find the addition of two numbers. I'm creating a class which is nothing but of the outer blueprint. First, whenever you are using this oops concept, you have to start it with class. After that, I will write the name as add two numbers. After that, by providing the indentation, I will provide the variables that are required to be part of this particular class. First number is int of input of. If you want to write the text, you can write the text inside the quotation marks as well. Number two is also int of input of. Declare the variable. After that, I am defining a method, which means I am defining a function which can add these two numbers. if add dot self. When it comes to self is a keyword which is used to pass the variables into corresponding elements. Like whenever we are calling those variables, it will pass those inputs into those variables. Return, I want this function to return self dot num1 plus self dot num2. Now I will have an object for it. I am taking a variable called a1 or calculation as an object, and I am providing add to num. Now this calculation will have this complete set of program, which is the real existence. This is the real portion of the class. Like whenever we declare the class, it is just like a blueprint, and we are having the original logic in the calculation. Now I want to print calculation dot add off, which is used to add the two values that we provide. Let me run this particular program. I'm printing the output here. Once I run this particular program, it will ask for input, and whenever I enter the inputs, I am providing first number as 10 and second number as 20. Sorry, here I misspelled the print. It will throw error. Let me recorrect it. PRINT. Sorry. Let me stop the execution and let me re-execute. First input as 10, second input as 20. If I pass both the inputs, you can see that my output is 30. First, I created a class and I passed input values into it. And after that, I defined a method and I defined an object where I am having the real program in that particular object now. And I am calling that particular object in print to perform the calculation. This is how we can write a program using oops. Instead of just addition, let me write a program that will perform multiple calculation between two different values. Let me take a class called calculator and let me take two inputs like number one and number two. I'm taking calculate to num as my class. After that, I will take number one and number two as input. Number one equal to int of input of and number two equal to int of input of. These two numbers will be passed as an inputs. After that, let me define a functions to add, subtract, multiply, or division, whatever we want to perform calculation. Let me take the same function. I took one to add. Let me define another function. Multiply, subtract, divide. I took all the three. After that, I am taking everything into an object. Calculation equal to calculate to num. I'm passing this whole logic into this particular object called calculation. Now I can print whatever I want, like calculation dot add of calculation dot multiply of calculation dot subtract of calculation dot divide of whatever the functions that I want, I can call through this particular object. Now if I run this particular program, it will ask to provide two numbers as input. I'm providing first number as 100 and second number as 10. First thing is adding, like 100 plus 10, 110. It should return 110. Second thing is multiply, 100 into 10. It returns 1000. Third thing is subtract, 100 minus 10 returns now 90. Fourth thing is divide, 100 divided by 10. It returns 10. And always while division, it returns float value. That's why it returned 10.0. Now let us discuss about a concept here about a variable called class variable and instance variable. Up to now, we are directly using variables inside the class. Here we are using variables, but we are not using any of the variables within the function. Here we are not using any variables. When it comes to this class variable are constant across all the objects. Like for example, here we wrote some variables which are common. I provided 110 as variables, which are common for all the object calculations that I performed. Here for adding the same variables, for multiplying same variables, for subtract same variables, for divide same variables, like it performs it performed same process, it performed same program on same variables, but for different calculations. On the top of the variables called number one and number two, it implemented all the different logics. That is how class variables work. When it comes to instance variables, these variables are different for different objects. If you want to have different variables, like if you want to have multiple variables, like first you want to provide values called 10 and 20, later you want to have values called 30 and 40, later you want to have values called 150 and 200 for each object separately, then you can have those variables like instance variables. These variables will be provided, values for these variables will be provided while calling the objects. And these variables are defined inside a construction called inside a constructor called init. This will be called is in the object and defined inside a constructor called init. Let me take a scenario where I am taking a class called car. My blueprint or plan is to design a car, and I am defining a method inside it. Define underscore underscore init. After that, I want to pass the parameters where whatever the things that I want or variables that I want. Self is a normal thing. It is common whenever we are defining any method. I want to take values like color and model of the car. When it comes to color, color can have any value like red, blue, like that, and model can have anything like 5-seater or 7-seater based on the car capacity. After that, I will tell that self dot color equal to color and self dot model equal to model. And now I can create multiple objects for multiple requirements. Like I am writing like my car equal to car of color is red and model I am taking it as 5-seater. And I am taking another object called your car equal to blue and 7-seater. We can take another object as well, where I can take friend car equal to green 5 seat. Like I can have any number of objects like this, and I can have different inputs for each and every object. And I can access those particular instance variable by using print. I will just write print. I will use format. My car is a. After that, I am printing color. It will take it as red color, and it is a 5 seater. Similarly, I'm writing your car is. Here I need to provide your car dot color and your car dot model. I'm providing for friend car as well. Now I have three different objects, and each object have different values inside it. I'm not taking variables inside the class directly, and I'm not passing same variables for the whole program. Here I have separate values for each and every object. Now if I run it, it will return all the three different information. My car is red 5 seater, and your car is blue 7 seater, and friend car is green 5 seater. Like that, it is giving complete information. This is how, by using instance variable and by using the constructor called init, we can pass different inputs or pass different values based on different objects. Now let us discuss about the very first concept of OOPS, which is called as encapsulation. When it comes to this encapsulation, it is the process of securing the data or process of wrapping up the data and restricting its access. Now let me take an example of an ATM. Considering that you have some amount in it, like you have some balance already. And whenever you credit some amount, that amount should be added to your existing balance, and whenever you debit some amount, that amount should be subtracted from the existing balance. Now here your balance should be of restricted access, like anyone can credit any amount or debit any amount, but the balance should not be edited by anyone. Let us see how we can achieve that. First, let me write a normal program, and after that, let me show you the difference, how we can use this encapsulation to secure the data. Let me create a class called ATM. After that, let me define a method underscore underscore init, and here I am taking it as self balance. Balance. After that, I will just call it self dot balance equal to balance. After that, I am taking one more method which is used to check the balance. Define let me check the balance first. Check balance of self I just want to return total available balance is self dot balance. After that, I am defining one more method called credit. I am taking self and I am taking one more parameter called amount, and self dot balance plus equal to amount. If it is credit, I want to add the amount to existing balance, and I am returning total available balance is this particular thing after credit, or I can mention it as total available balance after credit is this particular thing. After that, let me define one more method, debit. And for debit, I want to check whether the balance is sufficient or not. Like if the balance, like if the balance that we are declaring is sufficient or more than the amount that we are debiting, then I want to continue the process. Or if we are debiting more amount than the existing balance, then I want to pass insufficient fund. If amount that I am debiting is greater than self balance, which is available balance, then I want to return insufficient balance. Else I want to debit the amount. This is the process that I am doing. Now I will just provide the balance of any one particular object. I am taking object based on customer name. For example, I am taking name as Tarun equal to ATM of, let us consider we have a balance of 10,000. This is my program. Like I'm declaring an object here. Now if I run it, program got ran successfully. Now if I run check balance, it will provide the total available balance is this. I provide Tarun dot check underscore balance of, and if I run it, it will just provide the available balance. If I write one more code to credit some amount, it will provide the balance after the credit. I'm providing credit of 1,000 rupees, and if I run it, total available balance after credit is 11,000. After that, let me write one more code to debit 2,000. Debit of 2,000. Available balance is 9,000 now. Let me write a code debit of 10,000. If I run it, it is showing that insufficient balance because available balance is only 9,000. Now I'm writing a code to modify the balance. Let me just modify the balance. Arun dot balance equal to, I'm making it as 1 lakh. Let me run it. Balance got modified to 1 lakh, and let me debit 10,000 now. See, after debiting 10,000, available balance is 90,000. Here I am able to access everything in the program, but any customer will not have access to modify their balance. They can do credit or debit of the amount whatever they want, but they should not be able to modify their balance. If they can modify their balance, I will just go and modify my account balance to 100 crores, and I will take the whatever amount that I want. Again, after completion of the amount, I can again modify the balance automatically. Customer should not have access to modify the value of balance. Let us see how we can do this particular thing. We can achieve this particular feature by using encapsulation. Here, if you want to restrict anything, like if you want to restrict something by using this encapsulation, just we need to use underscore before it. For example, you are taking a variable called name equal to, for example, I took it as Ram, and this particular name is accessible everywhere. If you take same variable with by using underscore underscore in front of it, this can be accessible only inside the object. Accessible in the object only. This cannot be accessed everywhere. By using this encapsulation, by providing this particular underscore underscore in front of the variable that you want to restrict the access, you will you will be able to handle your data properly, and you will be able to control the access for that particular data without allowing everyone to edit it. Here, the variable which I want to restrict is balance. For that variable called balance, let me provide underscore underscore in front of it everywhere wherever I use. Now everything is clear here. Let me run this particular program. Program ran successfully. Let me run check balance. Total available balance is 10,000. I am doing credit of 1,000. It became 11,000. Debit of 2,000. It became 9,000. After the debit of 10,000, it is showing insufficient balance. After that, I am trying to update the balance, and let me try to debit 10,000 again. It is showing that the funds are insufficient. See, even though if I provide underscore underscore balance, and if I am trying to change this particular balance to 1 lakh, still the balance is not changing. Even though if I run after it, it is showing insufficient balance only, because balance is restricted from editing after the class or outside the class. This is how encapsulation helps us to restrict the data access. After encapsulation, let us discuss about next pillar of OOPS, which is nothing but of polymorphism. When it comes to this polymorphism, it is nothing but of the ability of the program to execute same method for different objects. For different objects or classes separately in their own way. For example, let me write two different classes. Let me create two different classes. one to execute the area of a rectangle, another to execute the area of a triangle. Let me take class is rectangle, and let me define a method, define underscore init, and I am taking length and breadth as inputs, and after that I am taking one more method which is used to calculate the area for that rectangle. Just I am calculating length into breadth. Let me take similarly for triangle as well. Class triangle, def underscore init, self as rectangle need base and height to calculate its area. I am taking base and height as input. Self dot base equal to base, self dot height equal to height. After that, I am defining the area. Return half into base into height to find the area of triangle. Now, both this rectangle and triangle are two different classes which will execute the same method called area. Both are calculating only area. The method name for both is same, which is called area. Now, even though if the method name is same, I'll be able to execute both of them in Python. Let me run this particular program. After that, let me just write a object where I will store the values for rectangle. Rectangle equal to rectangle of rectangle of. I want to take length as 10 and breadth as 20. Similarly, let me take an object for triangle as well. Triangle of. Let me take base and height. Base I am taking it as 5 and height I am taking it as 4. Now I have both objects for both rectangle and triangle. Now let me calculate their area. Rect dot area equal to area of. If I run it, it will return the area of this particular rectangle. Length into breadth, it is returning 200. Similarly, area of triangle, try dot area of will return the area of triangle, half into base into height. Base is 5, height is 4, 5 4 are 20, and half of it is 10. Area of triangle is 10. This is how Python program have ability to execute same method names for different classes with its own process. Like here, whenever I executed area for rectangle, it executed length into breadth with this logic. Whenever I executed area for triangle, it executed with a different logic. It will perform the corresponding logics of each method separately on their own. Okay, the next pillar of OOPS concept is inheritance. In real life, we will use the terminology called inheritance while describing the features of parents to child. Like this child inherit properties from their mother, this child inherits properties from their father. Like that, we will describe that they got properties from some of their parents. Similarly, inheritance allows one class to acquire the properties from another class. The main benefit of this inheritance is it promotes the readability. Like you can understand the program very easily and you can build a relationship between multiple logics. Okay, we will have multiple types of inheritances. They are single inheritance, which means a child inherits properties from parent. After that, we have multiple inheritances, where we can have a parent which inherits properties for multiple children, or child inherits properties from both parents. After that, multi-level inheritance, where we will have inheritance in the form of like hierarchy, like where let us consider there is a grandparent who gives their properties to parents and parents give their properties to children. And there is another type of inheritance called hierarchical inheritance, where we will have one particular level of hierarchy, and that level of hierarchy will be applied for all the remaining things, like multiple children inherit properties from a parent. These are the four different types of inheritance. Let us see how each inheritance works along with an example. First, let us try a single inheritance by taking an example of full-time employee and part-time employee. For example, for a full-time employee, if you are providing this amount of salary per hour, for example, if you are paying 1,000 rupees per hour for a full-time employee, for a part-time employee, let us consider you are paying only 60% of the salary of full-time employee or a regular employee. Let us see how we can do this by using single inheritance. Let me write a class, and this class I am naming it as employee. And I am writing a method with init on first parameter will be self comma. I want to give salary. Here I will provide self dot salary equal to salary. This will be passed as input. After that, let me create another class part-time employee, which will get the properties of employee. Like employee means full-time employee. This part-time employee will get the properties of employee. Part-time employee of employee, and I am defining a method diff part-time employee or part-time salary, and I will just provide self, and it will automatically fetch the salary from full-time employee as it is inheriting properties from employee class. Return self dot salary. This particular salary will be automatically picked up from employee as it is inheriting its properties. Into I want to give only 60% of salary to part-time employee. That's why I am returning salary into 60%. After that, I will just provide a sample employee, or let me run this particular program. Just I created a blueprint here. Let me provide an object for it. I'm considering employee as an object. Employee pay equal to part-time employee of 1000. Always whenever we are having any class that is inheriting the properties, we have to call the object based on the lower class. Here I am taking like part-time employee and the salary is 10,000. And now I will write employee pay dot salary. If I run it, I will get the actual salary, which is 10,000, where we provided it. After that, I will run employee pay dot part-time salary. Whenever I run it, I will get the 60% of the pay, which is nothing but of 6,000. This is how like we can use the inheritance and we can get the properties of parent class into child class in groups. This is like single inheritance. Let me provide one example for multiple inheritance. Here my requirement is let me take an example that let us consider there is another employee salary information where we have employee where we have details of employee like name and salary. And we are providing some bonus for the employees like who is especially a manager. We are providing bonus of 5,000 rupees. Like this is just a bonus. And we need to add this bonus to manager. Manager need to get salary plus bonus. First, I will create an employee class where I will have employee and base salary information. After that, I will create a bonus class where I will have bonus related information. After that, I will take manager class where I will inherit properties from both employee and bonus classes, and I will add both salary and bonus, and I will provide bonus for the manager. Let us see how it will work. First, let me create a class called employee. I am defining a method in it. After that, I am providing name, comma, salary as parameters. After that, let me call this name and salary. Self dot name equal to name. Self dot salary equal to salary. After that, let me define another method which will just return the salary. Def get salary. Just I'm printing salary here, the actual base salary. Return self dot salary. This is the actual salary of employee. After that, let me create another class called bonus. In this class, I am just defining one particular method called bonus. Def bonus of self. I'm just returning a bonus amount directly. Return. I just want to return 5,000 as bonus. And let me create one more method. Sorry, one more class where I am having manager information. And this particular manager class should inherit properties both from employee and bonus. Let me define manager salary. Return. Let me format it. I'm returning salary and the bonus value both. The salary after bonus is, let me open the flower bracket and let me keep it in flower bracket and let me close the flower. Yeah. The salary after bonuses, and I am adding actual salary with bonus. After that, let me create an employee who is a manager. Employee equal to, always, as I mentioned before, like if we are inheriting properties from another class, always we have to create object on the lowest level of the class. Manager of, and I am providing name as Tarun and salary as 10,000. Now if I run it, we already have an object called employee. Let me run employee dot manager salary. Just I want to check what is the salary of manager, whether it is inheriting properties from employee class and bonus class. If I run it, see, 10,000 is the actual salary. The salary after bonus is 15,000. 10,000 it is getting from the variable called salary, which is in employee class. And second thing, 5,000 it is getting as bonus, which is from bonus class. It is inheriting properties from two different classes. This is how multiple inheritance works. Now let me provide example for next type of inheritance, which is nothing but of hierarchical inheritance. Let us consider there is a company who have employees. Same, I am taking employees example for all the four types of inheritance to make it easy to understand. And this employee will have base salary. That employee will have one particular base salary. And when the employee is a manager, like manager is also an employee of a company, right? If he is a manager, I want to add 10,000 bonus to his base salary. If employee is lead, I want to add 5,000 bonus to base salary. If employee is just developer, I just want to add 2,000 bonus to base salary. Okay, let us consider there is an employee, and if employee is manager, I want to add 10,000 for his base salary. If an employee is lead, I want to add 5,000 to his base salary. And if an employee is an intern, I want to add, sorry, not developer, I want to add 2,000 to his base salary. Let me write a code for it. Let me first create a class called employee. Let me define the input values, unit, self, comma, salary. Self dot salary equal to salary. After that, here I got just the base salary information. First, I want to declare a class called manager. This manager gets or inherits properties from employee. And here I want to add some bonus. Def manager bonus of self. Here for manager, I want to return salary of manager is I want to get self dot salary and I want to add 10,000 for manager. For manager salary, I want to add 10,000. If he is an employee or if he is a lead, I want to add 5,000. Let me create a class called lead, which again inherits properties from employee. And here I am providing the classes lead bonus. Here lead will get 5,000 bonus. After that, let me create one more class with the name of developer, which also inherits properties from employee. And I am providing method as developer bonus. Salary of developer is salary plus I'm providing 2,000 bonus for developer. Now let me create a developer, lead and manager objects. Developer equal to developer of 10,000, lead equal to lead of 10,000, manager equal to manager of 10,000. I'm providing that everyone's salary is 10,000 only. Let me run it. Program got executed successfully. Now I have all the three people. I have developer, lead, and manager. Let me run developer first. Developer dot dev bonus. If I run it, I will get salary of developer is 12,000. 10,000 is the salary, and I added 2,000 as bonus. Lead dot lead bonus. If I run it, I'm getting 5,000 bonus for lead. Similarly, manager dot manager bonus. If I check manager bonus, manager will have 20,000 as salary. If you observe here, all the three classes inherits the properties from employee. Developer, lead, and manager inherits properties from employee. Now the next type of inheritance is multi-level inheritance. Where we have a scenario like grandparent who gives properties to parents and who gives properties to child. Now in this scenario, I'm again taking employee example. Let us consider an employee who have base salary of, let us consider employee have salary of 10,000. And if he is a full-time employee, I want to give bonus of 2,000. By here, the salary became 12,000. Now, if he is a manager, he is a full-time employee, and also if he is a manager, then I want to provide salary additional bonus of 5,000, where his salary will become 12,000 plus 5,000, totally 17,000. Because he is a full-time employee, plus as a manager, he is getting 5,000 as bonus. Usually, full-time employee is getting 2,000 and manager is getting 5,000 bonus. As he is a manager, he will get both the bonus of full-time employee and manager. Let us see how we can do that. Let me create a class called employee. Init self comma salary, and I am calling that salary. After that, I am taking full-time employee and I am defining full-time salary. I want to return salary plus 2,000 rupees. After that, I want to take one more class where I am taking manager. And this manager inherits, full-time employee inherits properties from employee, and this manager inherits properties from full-time employee. And I am defining manager salary. Self, it returns, sorry, it will not returns from self, it will return salary from full-time salary. It will get the salary from full-time salary. Full-time salary plus 5,000 for manager. This is a grandparent class, and this is parent class, and this is child class. If you observe here, manager is inheriting properties from full-time employee. He is getting salary, full-time salary from full-time employee, and full-time employee is getting properties from employee. He is getting salary from employee and adding his bonus. Let us see how it will work. So let me provide an object for it. Employee object equal to manager of, I'm providing 1,000 as salary. Now if I run employee object dot manager salary, I will get 17,000. First here, the salary is, the actual salary is 10,000. After that, for full-time employee, we are giving 2,000 as bonus. It became 12,000. After that, again for manager, we are providing additional bonus of 5,000, which is to the full-time employee salary. If he is manager, he will get both the benefits of a full-time employee along with manager bonus. Totally, he is getting 17,000 salary. This is how multi-level inheritance works. If I just check full-time salary, I will just get 12,000 as a salary. These are the four different types of inheritance. And the last pillar of this OOPS concept is abstraction. The main aim of this abstraction is showing only or displaying only the essential details of something and hiding all the remaining unnecessary background of it. It helps to avoid the confusion, and it mainly focus on what the program will do instead of how it is doing. If we take a common example for it, calculator works in the same method. Like if we see any calculator always calculates, like if we perform addition, subtraction, or multiplication, anything, it will just silently calculates. We don't know what is the program written in the back. Just we are adding. If we want to add two numbers, we are just adding. If we want to subtract from multiple numbers, we are just subtracting. But we don't know how the logic is written behind it. Let us try to implement the same thing. First, let me import this abstract method. I'm importing this abstract method. After that, let me create a class called calculator. And let me call this abstract method. And I'm defining it as calculate I'm just giving pause. Whenever this particular calculate is running, just pass the whole logics. Like don't show whole logic. First, let me write logics for multiple calculations. Class addition of calculator. I'm taking like two numbers, number one and number two, and I'm adding those two numbers. Similarly for subtract, let me take multiple classes. Class multiply, which inherits properties from calculator, multiplying of two numbers. Similarly, division. I'm going to call the parameters passing. Let me copy this and okay. Here I have multiple classes, and now let me have objects for those particular classes. I'm writing it as calculation one, add of 10 comma 20, calculation to subtract of 30 comma 10, multiply of 10 comma 10, divide of 100 comma 10. Let us consider these are the four calculations that I want to do. Now if I just run it, uh, sorry, here I need to provide init instead of calculator. Diff, after that init, which is a constructor which is used to pass the variables into corresponding variables. Let me run the program once again. I need to return the calculation property from calculate. From this particular calculate, I need to define the output. Okay, now it works. Yeah. Here just I am defining calculate, and I am taking each class and inheriting properties from calculator, and I am just using the same method called calculate, and I am doing whatever the operation that I want to do, whether it is addition or subtraction or multiplication or division. Now if I just call this particular objects, calculate one of calculate. Here if you observe, I am using the method called calculate. I am not using the method called add, subtract, or divide or multiply. I'm not using any of these methods. I am just using calculate. If I run it, it automatically adds. If I just run calculation 2 dot calculate, it automatically subtracts 30 minus 10 and returning 20. If I just provide calculation 3 dot calculate, it automatically multiplies 10 and 10 and returning 100. If I provide calculate 4 of calculate, it is dividing 100 with 10 and returning 10.0. Here I am hiding the calculation logic or the complex logic which is present in all the different classes, and I am using only a single class called calculator, and within this all the logics exist within the method called calculate, and whenever I call this particular method, it will perform whatever the operation that is assigned to the object. That's about abstraction, which is used to hide the program or complex logic which is written for a program, and which is used to call all the logics by hiding them only with the necessary detail. After whoops, at last we are going to discuss about error handling in Python or exception handling. When it comes to this error handling or exception handling, if you write a wrong syntax or if you write an incorrect code in Python, the code will get stopped and it will throw the error. The program that you write will fail. If you are getting any error and if you want to handle it, or if you want to pass some alternative code whenever that error occurs, then we will use this error handling. This helps in handling the disrupts in the flow of program. What are the different types of errors that we have? We have syntax error, indentation error, name error, type error, value error, attribute error, index error, key error, and zero division error. These are the 9 different types of errors that we can face. Let us see how or when these errors will occur. First thing here is syntax error. When it comes to this syntax error, if you forget to provide any brackets or if you forget to provide any quotation marks for a text, in these kind of situations, or if you provide to try to provide any incorrect format of name for a variable, in this kind of scenarios you will get this syntax error. The main reason for this syntax error is violation of Python rules. For example, like if you are just printing hello and if you forgot to close the quotation marks, and if you try to run it, it is a syntax error. You can see this is a syntax error. Like even if you tried, if you forgot to close any brackets, for example, if you provide a equal to 1, 2, 3, and if you forgot to close the bracket, it is also a syntax error. Like this, if you violate any rules in Python, then you will get a syntax error. And indentation error. Next type of error is indentation error. When it comes to this particular indentation error, indentation is nothing but a proper spacing that we provide whenever we are using control flow or if we are using any statements or loops, we will use this particular spacing. We need to provide proper indentation to define block of code. This error will occur whenever the indentation is incorrect, like whenever the indentation is completely missing or indentation is inconsistent. Let me show an example. If 10 greater than 0, print 10 is positive. Here I didn't provided any indentation for if class. If I execute this code, you will get an indentation error. Like even in loops, if you don't provide indentation, you will get the same indentation error. And after that, the next type of error is name error. We know that Python is case sensitive, and whenever we are writing names of any variables or any object, then we need to provide name exactly. Even when names are misspelled or even whenever they are provided in a different cases, it will throw name error. For example, I am taking a variable called name and I am taking name called Tharun, and I just provide to print name. Here in the variable I gave name with capital N, and while printing I am taking name with small n, which is incorrect. You can see that it returned name errors. Next type of error is type error. This error occurs whenever we perform operation between multiple data types which are not suitable to perform the operation. For example, you are trying to add 5 with 5 and the second 5 is text. Normally 5 plus 5 returns 10. Here you are trying to add an integer value with text value. You can see the type error. Like you are trying to perform addition operation between two different types of data. One is text and one is normal number value, integer and string values. Next type of error is value error. This value error occurs when a function receives an argument of correct type but of inappropriate value. I'm taking a variable a and I want to take an input here, int of input of. And let me run it and let me try to enter a float value here. You can see it is throwing a value error. We are providing information of correct type, but we are not providing proper function for it. Next type of error is attribute error. This attribute error will occur whenever any attribute is referred to any method which is not supported for it. For example, let me take a list with a variable called a. I am taking list of values 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now just I will try to perform some random method on the top of this particular list. I want to perform a dot upper of, which is used to convert the data into uppercase, which is invalid in this particular situation. But if I try to run this kind of thing, then I will get attribute error. List object has no attribute upper. This particular list will not support this method called upper. That's why it is throwing the error called attribute error. Next type of error is index error. We will receive this error when we provide any index which is out of range. For example, let me take list of first 5 numbers. Here when it comes to indexing, indexing will start from 0. Here index values are 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let me try to print list of 5, a of 5, which is not available because it is out of range. You can see that index error, list index out of range. This is called an index error. Next type of error is key error. When it comes to key error, we will get this error whenever we call some key value which is not available in the dictionary. Here, let me take a dictionary with student details. Name, I am taking it as Ram. After that, age I am taking it as 24. These are the key value pairs that I have. Now I want to print gender of from, which is not available in the dictionary. If I try to print the gender, automatically it will throw the key error because gender is not available in the dictionary. After that, one more type of error that can occur when we are writing the code is zero division error. This error occurs whenever we are dividing any number with zero. If you try to divide any number with zero, automatically you will get this zero division error. If I divide 10 by 0, it will throw zero division error. Now, whenever you get these kinds of errors, if you want to handle them without breaking your program, then we need to use the concept called error handling or exception handling. This error handling helps to prevent the program crashes, provide user friendly error message, maintain program flow stability. And we can also handle any of the unexpected errors. In Python, error handling can be done by using blocks called try, except, finally. Let us see what these blocks will do first. What is the purpose of using try block? When it comes to this try block, it is used to write the program, complete program, where you want to check that particular error. Write a code that may cause any error. Python checks this block of code completely. Whatever you write in try block, it will check that block of code. And if it finds any error, the next block is except. This particular block of code is used to run the alternative block of code whenever an error occurs. After that, we have finally this will always runs irrespective of errors. And we also have a one more keyword called pass, which is used to ignore that block of code whenever any situation need to be handled. These are the terminologies that we must be aware of. Let me write a sample code. Let me take two numbers as input and let me try that particular code like number 1 divided by number 2. If number 2 is 0, automatically it should throw me error because denominator cannot be 0. It should give me 0 division error. But instead of that, let me accept the error and let me print a message that denominator cannot be 0. Let us try this. Number 1 equal to int of input of number 2 equal to int of input of try print number 1 by number 2 except denominator cannot be 0, like if number 2 is given as 0, it will pass this message like denominator cannot be 0. And finally I want to print the program ends. If I run this particular code, it will ask for the two inputs. First value is 10, second value I'm providing it as 0. Now if I run it, instead of throwing error, it will provide that denominator cannot be 0, and it will also run the code which is in finally block. Like we check different kinds of errors, like we have an error called value error. Whenever we are providing any float value during the input, we are getting an error called value error. Let us try to handle multiple types of errors in a single code. Let me take this particular code. I'm taking same code where I'm taking two numbers as inputs and I am dividing number 1 with number 2. And whenever zero division error occurs, except when zero division error occurs. Whenever this zero division error occurs, I want to do this particular, run this particular block of code. If I am passing any float value as input, then I will get value error. For that, what I need to do? Error, sorry, except value error. I want to print like please enter a valid number or please enter an integer. If I run this particular code now, for example, if I provide 10.2 as first value, and if I why is it still throwing the error? Sorry, I want to try this block from input itself. Let me try this because I am providing, I am giving error at the end of the code itself. So I have to try from beginning. Let me run this code now. This need to be provided in indentation. Let me provide 10.2 as input. It is running. Please enter an integer because value error occurs. And finally, it runs the program end. Let me provide integer value and second value as float. Even though 10 divided by 1.2, it will pass the same message. Please enter an integer, program ends. If I give first number as an integer and second number as 0, now it will provide denominator cannot be 0 and program ends. This is how we can handle each specified error as well. Now let us try a code where I have list of combination of string and integers. Now I want to add all the numbers present in that particular list and I want to ignore the string values. I'm taking it as list of values and my list of values are 10, 20, 30, RAM, 40, and 50. I want to add all the integers and I want to avoid this particular word RAM. Let me write a program for it. First, let me take a initializer called sum equal to 0. I took a variable for I or for number in list of values. Now I am writing this try except block, try sum equal to sum plus number. And I want to accept this type error, like whenever type error occurs, like if we want to add any number to another data type value like string or something, we will get an error called type error. Except type error. Whenever type error occurs, I want to just pass that particular error. I just want to ignore it. And after that, I want to print the sum value, total value. If I run this particular code, I am getting the total sum value, which is nothing but of 150. This is how we can use try, except, finally, and pause to do error handling or exception handling in Python.